Good evening, my name is Adam Arwood, they call me the Zotmeister. Welcome once again to the Outer Worlds, my Supernova difficulty playthrough. Technically not a masterclass, I can't guarantee 100%, but I am trying to be as thorough as possible. Sanity knows I wasn't on my first playthrough. Make sure my monitor volume is reasonable, but not going to get kicked into the microphone here. The Outer Limits streamed from the inner sanctum. Sanctum. Groundbreaker. Yeah, I noticed that was actually on the floor. My hard playthrough there. Groundbreaker emblem on the floor of the bridge there. Okay, so when we last left our heroes, also High Courtier and Grim Agent, formerly known as Box Ghost. Good to see you here. Alright. This is the one problem with doing two playthroughs at the same time, is keeping the two apart, as it were. The other one now is a good distance ahead of this one, so, oh, pardon me. Fair enough. Fair enough. Make me do the silliest things while attempting to not be cruel. I appreciate that. Right. So, we have made it into Stellar Bay. I have intentionally not spoken to the town leader, for lack of a better term at the moment, Sanjar. Yeah, we do have a number of deals. In order to get Nyoko to work with us, we have to get her some caffeinoid so that she can bypass her upcoming hangover. So we'll have to do that. Right, Fallbrook is coming up later. So, someone at the Saltuna factory here, by the name of Braxton, is MIA after a delivery. So we'll be heading out shortly to see what happened to them. Yeah, we got the loan sharks to leave town. Yeah, one Tucker Needham is in Amber Heights. That's a little further away, but we will get to that tonight. And, yeah, we still haven't resolved this one. And you know what? I'm not sure how to resolve this one. Sleep addiction, you can't sleep less than 8 hours or so. Your fatigue meter runs at double speed. You get a perk. Narcolepsy. There's a flaw. I'm actually kind of surprised the game hasn't said I have a caffeine addiction yet. Because I totally think that's a thing. Or at least, if I were to take the Adrenatime item, which I think is supposedly, like, hyper-concentrated caffeine, there might be an Adrenatime addiction. But anyway. So let's start with a poll. How does that sound? Alright, so here we go. New poll. We'll just go right ahead and start with a poll. I'll let you guys decide how we handle this. Do we let our well-meaning kleptomaniac use her abilities to force Caleb back to work? Or do we try to force Velma to renegotiate? Rewarding those who are here, quote, on time, unquote. I need to grab a beverage. I actually have nothing in front of me, not even a cup of water. I'll be right back. Oh wow, you are so right, Courtier. Fred or Shed. If they were super clever, they could have named him Norville. Norville Rogers is actually Shaggy's real name. Not a lot of people know that. But that's actually true. Yeah, if they had named him Norville, that would have been super under the radar. Oh, that would have been really neat. Yes, finding the AWOL person first might do something. So, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. But yes, coercing Velma definitely won the poll. Alright, actually, let's go ahead and dive right into that.
Please avoid damaging yourself or others while you are out.
As I believe this character said once earlier, I'll avoid starting any fights, but I might need to end a few. We've got Felix and Max with us. Let's make it Felix and... Actually, let's leave it that way. Let's just leave it that way. Yeah, it's still amazing to me to know that Casey Kasem, of all people, voiced Norville Shaggy Rogers for so long. Okay. Stellar Bay at night. Oh. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. That was kind of you. Hey, real old dude. Good to see you. Yeah, here's your long-distance dedication. Yeah, I can't believe I have all that DPS on a handgun. Not the build I'm used to be certain. I do have some junk to sell, I see. Okay, oh, nice. The Secret People. Braxton was making a delivery to a house south of Stellar Bay. Perhaps you can find him, or an indication of where he might have gone next. Right, so let us go do that.
Got a good one for you. I assure you, I am jittery with anticipation. Could the Grand Architect make a Borst pocket so big even he couldn't eat it? Son, the existence of the Grand Architect as a personal and real deity is a fundamental misunderstanding of OSI theology. The Architect is largely metaphorical. You understand? Uh-huh. Keep talking, Vic. I know when I got you beat.
Those two are great. MLG, good to see you. Yeah.
Hold on to your hats, children. This ride is about to get ugly. We gotta go exploring. I want to see some savages.
Yeah, this is about to get ugly, and in very short order, too. Okay, so building at the other end of this this strip here is where our objective lies, and already we have Raptidons. Misses its mother. Do not feed after midnight. Colossus does not like being poked.
Never anger a man of the claw. Here I come. That'll work, Captain. That was fun.
You gentlemen good? Gentlemen good, alright. Oh, lid's flying over here. High action night. 100 bennies for whoever can tell me what I just quoted. I need to offer more Benny options. Huh. Don't need to use the door here. Well, there is one. Canned salt tuna in brine. Nice. Easy peasy. I I should actually reorder these weapons in my list. So I should go from the sniper rifle to the carbine and then to the hand cannon. I cycle through. Upper floor. Toss ball card. Aww. They're spooning. Such sweet sorrow. My spoon is too big. I am a banana. Pretty sure they're already dead. Either way, I'm not gonna mess with them. Can we get on the roof? Up on the roof. Ugh, it does not like me being stuck there. It does not like me being stuck there at all. Watching the crosshair sight totally wig out. No takers, huh? Alright. Why do I have a flag showing? What is that flag? Confidence! Ah, yes, your next attack after killing an enemy is a guaranteed crit. Okay. Yes, for those of you who have lost track, this character's flaws are food addiction, shock and plasma weaknesses, and acrophobia.
Got a fight on our hands. Here's a little trick I learned in prison.
Oof.
You want some of this?
Uh-oh, there are more?
We were destined to prevail.
I wasn't reloaded either. Oops. Okay, we're good. Church. Yeah, much of this game is like Australia. Everything outside the cities is trying to kill you. The trouble with killing reptiles is they never carry any money. A nice hat! This is actually a really neat bit of gear. +5 leadership, +7 persuade. Not much armor to speak of, though. Simple, classic, time-honored. The top hat, the most venerable of all headwear, now available from Jolicoeur. Right. So it's around this point in time that I start distinguishing between indoor and outdoor armor sets. Really strong, thick set of gear to protect myself when I'm outside the walls, and then a thinner set with lots of skill boosts to wear when indoors. But yeah, we're outdoors right now, so let's put that helmet on. 27 armor and plus 5 lockpick. I approve of this. Check the map real quick. Yeah. Nope. For a moment there it looked like a path that led back somewhere, but no.
Are these real ruins? Huh. It's just like in the serials. I believe. Here they come.
Oh.
Destined to die. I'll take your confession now. You're going down.
Hang in there, Felix.
The last.
Whew. Damn! So that happened. Don't mind if I do. Look at this up here. Ooh!
Like we're doing this.
What a thing to randomly run across!
That's a hurt.
Yeah, we could have gotten a hint to that in town. The lady at the dispensary mentions the passing of her predecessor. They have the key. We'll still talk to her. There's several ways we could handle that whole thing, but yeah, now we have the key. We can just go straight into the storeroom and not talk to her at all if we wanted. Yeah, you got a key card to the medical supply room from one Dr. Williams in the graveyard. Getting slightly ahead of myself. Only slightly. I'll get you caught up. I did want to come this way and do this thing first. Well, this is the address he was, delivering to. Well, not this house. Rather this one. Let's put on the indoor hat. I'll try to remember to keep swapping those. You guys are gonna have a choice to make in here, too. Nice piano. Mather residence. Straight up Pachisi board.
A visitor? What an unexpected surprise! Please, come in. Come in.
We're armed to the teeth? What's he gonna do? Kill us with generosity?
That's the spirit. Now come in. Make yourselves comfortable.
Looking for a man named Braxton. He supposedly came by here.
I'm afraid we don't get many visitors out here. The Raptidons and Marauders scare off all but the boldest. And if you've braved them, you must be exhausted. Why don't you stay for dinner?
You sure you haven't seen Braxton? I heard he was delivering medicine to you.
I'm sure I would remember something like that. Now, quit fretting yourself about that. Make yourself at home. Dinner's almost ready.
I think I just lost my appetite.
Oh, hello there. You come for dinner?
Just looking for a man named Braxton.
Sorry, I'm not real good with, names.
If you're wrong, shut up louder, aren't you? Something wrong?
It just gets hard to remember things. I recall moments, feelings, but the details slip. Other times, it's like there's fog. Sorry, have we talked about this before?
Maybe I can help you?
That's nice of you. I usually feel better after I eat. Mama said dinner's almost ready, huh?
I'll leave you alone now.
What a pleasant surprise. And just when I was beginning to fear we'd seen the last of good company for a spell. Yet the Eternal provides, does it not?
Only if you give yourself over to the plan, Martha. May I call you Martha?
By all means, just make yourself comfortable. Company is always a reason for cheer.
If you're so eager for company, why live all the way out here?
The Eternal does not desire that we huddle and hide, crowded in by walls. We all share the spark of the divine, and we were made to spread it across the stars. Out here, we are free. And even apart from society, the universe provides for us, as your being here proves.
What do you mean by that?
Just that your presence here is a gift to us, and one that we don't take for granted. Look at me, prattling on as if this gravy is going to cook itself. Why don't you run along until we are ready for dinner?
Oh, hi there. Did you come to bring us more of those rocket candies?
I don't have anything. What are you talking about?
You know, the ones that come in a bottle with a rocket ship on the front. They don't taste very good, but they make me feel so nice. Hungry, too.
I don't have anything like that.
That's too bad. There was this other man who used to bring them. Not anymore, though.
Was his name Braxton?
I don't know. I'm not really supposed to talk to strangers.
Can you tell me about him?
Mama and Papa said he came from the city. When we got sick one time, he brought those candies to make us well again. And they worked. Now we feel better than ever. Mama says they're a gift from the Eternal.
Why isn't he bringing you more rocket candies?
He said they were making us sick. Mom and Papa got real mad at him for that. They went to have a talk with him. Afterwards, they said he wasn't coming back again.
I'm gonna go now.
Okay. Maybe I'll see you at dinner.
That was real nice of her, inviting us to dinner like that.
Bijou Review, starring Edith. Damn it, you two! Oh, that was close. She came running right back. Oh.
Hey, what are you doing in my room?
Sorry, I was just looking around.
Liar! You're trying to steal the last of my rocket candies, aren't you?
Your rocket candies?
The ones that come in a bottle with a rocket ship on it. Like the other man used to bring.
Calm down, I'm going now. So this is actually an exit door. We could pick it or use a key. That alone probably tells you something. If you weren't already suspecting it. Here it is. Oh, not quite yet. It's in there. Everything looks clean, looks normal, looks out of the... Oh my word, what is in there? Game just really trying to hint to you here.
I thought I'd seen the worst of humanity before.
I am so glad I skipped lunch.
There's Braxton. What's left of him? Name, Braxton Hecht. Supervisor, Velma Ballard. Position, Chief Pescatological Health Manager, MSI. If lost, please return to Velma Ballard or current Supervisor of MSI Fishery Operations in Stellar Bay. Also, yeah. The, the supper time blade. Don't play with your food. Damn it, game. Damn it, that's horrible. So yeah, we have a new mission. Escape the house. So here we go. Time to make a poll. Told you there was one coming. Yeah, I was really holding my tongue, MLG, when you said Psy Raptidon for dinner again. I was like, do you have any idea what's about to come up? They are not having Raptidon. I'll tell you this much right now. It's going to be virtually impossible to kill just the parents and not the children. Believe me, I've tried. you can assume that if we're going to kill them, we're going to have to wipe out the whole family. But I mean, they're cannibals. A little bit of time left. Let's see what happens. Well, I allow extra votes for a reason. Those who support the channel more should have more weight in their vote if they want to put it that way. Alright, we are sneaking out the back door. It has been decided. That can be arranged quite easily. Quite easily. I think I did find one of those rocket candies, actually. I think what she's referring to... Why is that not... There it is. Yeah, I think she's referring to Adreno. I think she's referring to the general healing item. And I believe that there was one or two in that bin in her room. Alright, so we're now on the upper balcony, and, well, there really is no easy way down from here. But, well, I mean, that's sort of their point, right? They don't want their food getting away. This may or may not lead to an easier way down. Actually, it looks like it will. Okay. There we go. My character's acrophobia kicked in for a moment there, but she made it back to terra firma. Okay, so with that in place, I see the food addiction is kicked in. How on earth this character could want to eat at a time like this, I have no idea. But she does. She's going to have her obligatory tin of salt tuna for the night. And, yeah, we're going back to town. Post haste.
I wonder what secrets these ruins contain.
Exploring some ruins, killing some monsters. All we're missing is theme music.
I can hear his theme music. He's around here somewhere. Thanks for the bit, Grim.
Always wanted to visit Stellar Bay. Taking the sights, the sounds. Wait, what's that smell?
The trick is not to breathe through your nose.
That should have been something they said a lot sooner. The trick is to not breathe through your nose. Oh, that ain't never a good thing. Thank you for the 2-bit score tier. I've actually had some cheers earlier this month. You actually don't get metal kites for those, I'm afraid.
What was the score on last night's game? I missed it.
Last night's game? Backers 16, Darlings 3. How do you like them, mock apples, Max?
Since when have Cleo's Darlings played so poorly in a consecutive sweep? You wouldn't be pulling my leg in order to win our bet, would you?
Why are you asking me? Don't your scripture tell you that everything happens by the will of the universe?
Right, so, anyways. Let's go speak to Velma. Don't mind me, just running through. She is not gonna like to hear this.
I'd give you a friendlier welcome, but I'm up to my elbows in salt tuna guts.
I've got some bad news about Braxton.
That he's got his load on and I'm stuck covering his shift?
He was killed by cannibals out in the ruins.
That's... wow. I sure feel like an ass now.
You definitely sounded like one.
Ease up. I'm running on a chronic shortage of sleep here. Still, it's good to know what happened to him. And that I ought to start looking for a replacement. Something else on your mind?
Let's talk about Caleb.
Unless you're here to tell me he's agreed to do his job again, I've got nothing to say. If Caleb wants to keep this job, he'd better get back to it. I'm about ready to hire sublight contractors at this rate.
Yeah, you are right. There is another option. Yep. You've already lost Braxton. Can you afford to lose Caleb's entire team?
I don't even want to think about that. Or how far behind Braxton's loss alone is going to put us. Fine. Tell Caleb he and his team can have their raise, but I need them back here immediately.
I'll talk to you later. Yeah.
Poor Braxton. I don't want to think about it. Eaten by cannibals? What a way to go. I put up with the constant stink of fish because I don't want to think about what's outside those walls.
I know. Just imagine if they fell. It'd be Amber Heights all over again.
That's it. You owe me your month's ration of Debillerol.
Stop talking about Amber Heights! Yeah, the Amber Heights Massacre. They'll be going into that in great detail in a bit. Now go see if you can steal his stash. The thing about his stash is that it's implemented as a separate item. So, yeah, you don't actually get to keep the bits, to the best of my knowledge. That and, although it's on an upper floor and people almost never look up, it is kind of out in the open, so I would prefer not to risk trying to grab that. But I appreciate the offer. Yeah. We have a base persuade of 50 and an effective one of 85. We're getting 13 from having Felix with us, 10 from his bonus support persuade skill, 5 from our armor, and 7 from our hat. A nice hat. Yeah, we have a great persuade stat right now. Alright, where am I putting these 10 points? Oh man, hostile effect duration on targets. Given that I'm packing a plasma weapon and a corrosive weapon, and I could probably give shock to the sniper with little drawback, that would be actually a pretty strong thing to bump up to 60. Could bump up hack to 60. Hack auto mechanicals. Bump persuade up to 60. Effective 95. Coward target's armor cut in half. Given our handgun, boosting its crit damage is probably a really good idea. Yeah, I feel like I haven't buffed this in a while. Let's actually do that. Alright, so that's enough to get handguns up to 40. But, long guns is still, yeah, it's stuck at 50. I have to put points in specifically that. Although I do want to do that. We could get heavy weapons up to 40 as well, come to think of it. Not that we're wielding any right now, but we could eventually get one. I don't see any point in bothering with melee or defense at this point. 4 points left, huh? Enough to get sneak up to nice round 50. Then we can get it up to 60 next time. I like that idea. Let's do that. Next level we can bring sneak up to 60. We can move faster while crouching. Alright. Alright, well, let's go tell Caleb the good news.
What are you doing much for Tossball, Max? I see I've graduated from Vic to Max. Wonderful. What with being a church man? Don't it take the fun out of Tossball if the winner is predetermined by the law? The only thing that takes the fun out of Tossball is the Chosen's new fool of a coach. Are we actually agreeing on something? I think we are.
Hey, Caleb.
Why don't you grab a chair, sit a spell, and revel with us?
We need to talk about Velma.
Got an update for us? We can't afford to sit this out for too much longer. Know what I mean?
I convinced Velma to see reason. She'll increase your pay.
How'd you manage that? Wait, never mind. If I question it, it'll turn out not to be true. Besides, I never follow how you got Velma to part ways with a bit card of her own accord. As agreed, here's your compensation. Ain't a lot, but I hope it shows how much we appreciate all you've done. Now me and my friends here better get back to work before Velma blows a fuse.
He gave us some bits too. MSI reputation increased. They are now agreeable. Alright. They're leaving so you can take their drinks, probably. Oh, yeah! Loot the balcony! Oh, if you're gonna do that...
I'm en route, Captain.
If you're gonna do that, get in the frickin'... There. A mag pick... Vodka, Spacer's Chalk, Cosmic Smoke... Anything out here? Doesn't really look like it. Oh. And 50 bennies for Courtier.
goes on in a marauder's head?
No, they're crazy.
But they still manage to feed themselves, dress themselves, work together. Gotta be something to that.
All I need to know is that they're on the other side of that wall.
I'm sure someone said the same thing in Amber Heights.
I gotta find a new drinking buddy.
Alright, well, with that little tidbit taken care of, it's going to be time to talk to Sanjar Nandi, head of Monarch Stellar Industries, MSI. So let's go ahead and do that.
Thornburg was off bounds. That's the only reason the Darlings won. Thornburg was well within bounds. The Darlings won because the Rangers have no defense. Thornburg was off bounds. That hand goal never should have been called. Any other argument is invalid. Spoken like a true Rangers fan. You're damn right.
Sports people.
Could I get another advance, Mr. Nandi?
Just make sure it's properly logged.
I'll note it next to the others, sir.
I'll actually talk to her first.
Greetings, and welcome to Monarch Stellar Industries, producers and purveyors of the finest salt tuna in Halcyon. What can I do for you today?
What was that exchange about? You having money trouble?
Not at all. Mr. Nandi treats us all right and pays us well. I just spent most of my paycheck on Raptidon acid.
Do you normally blow your money on Raptidon parts?
Laws, no. Sometimes it's canid teeth, or mantis worm wings. Whatever Sebastian has in stock, really.
Without even suspending on some trash. Why are you buying so much from Sebastian?
So I can talk to him, of course. He doesn't get going about much else. Sort of the strong, silent type. Unfortunately, my apartment's kind of filling up with his stuff. And some of the neighbors are complaining about the smell.
Maybe I can talk to him for you.
Would you? I'd appreciate that so much. Maybe don't tell him I wanted you to ask. Just that you met this really nice lady named Celia, and she seemed... Oh, Mr. Nandi's doing that thing where he breathes through his nose real slowly. I'd better get back to work.
Fair enough. I'll talk to you later.
Aha, the helpful stranger I've heard so much about. Here to do business, hmm? Clear my schedule. This newcomer has a meeting with me.
That's very generous of you.
Celia, will you make a note of that for my self-review? Very generous.
Noted.
But not so generous I can't drive a good bargain. Now, who sent you? Rizzo's, perhaps? Or Auntie Cleo herself?
I'm just looking for the information broker.
Hiram? Why, he's probably still out at Devil's Peak. Not that he's had the courtesy to notify me, at any rate. But if you're here for him, I suppose that means you aren't here for Saltuna.
Hey, it could always be both. If I have to eat one more weird science project passed off as food in this brat-fucked colony, I'm going to stab someone. I love that line, man. Hey, it could always be both.
Now, there's no need to humor me. I'm used to this particular letdown. Now, I had hoped that livening up our advertisements with enticing figures would draw the other corporations back to our bosom, but it seems we're back to the drawing board.
What exactly are you hoping to accomplish?
Thanks to the so-called hazard clause, Monarch has been cut off from the board's resources and protection for 10 years now. Now, we've kept ourselves in business by trading with individual corporations, but given the off-the-books nature of those transactions, such arrangements are precarious.
And you're tired of scrounging and scraping by, is that it?
Yes, freedom is a tempting ideal, but a rather costly paramour.
Can't imagine why you'd sneer at the notion of a free colony. Could it be because you're an agent of the establishment?
I used to be young and idealistic too, but you can't run a city on high-minded ideals.
Exactly. Intellectualism fuels the train to mankind's future, but the tracks the train runs on are forged from practicality.
Sounds like something out of the chairman's own notes, Vic.
Yes, it's as though the good vicar has plucked the very words from my brain.
So what do you mean to do about it?
Well, Mr. Nandi here has a rather ingenious plan to get MSI restored to the board.
On our terms, mind you.
Returning to the board is your only chance if you hope to survive here on Monarch. That doesn't mean it'll be easily achievable.
Indeed not. No worthwhile plan was ever simple. That's what I always say.
And if our advertising scheme hasn't borne fruit, then perhaps it's time we took matters into our own hands.
Enough preamble. What's the plan?
It's a two-pronged approach. The first part involves seeing Stellar Bay properly defended.
Fine, but how do you mean to do that?
With a Bolt 52 cartridge, of course. If you can get us what we need to rejoin the board, starting the Bolt 52, we'll be able to become one of the most productive and secure cities in Halcyon.
And you'll have a powerful ally on the board.
This Bolt 52 sounds useful. What is it?
Why, one of the strongest defenses in Halcyon. An extremely powerful ordnance.
I was starting to get bored listening to you until you said the phrase extremely powerful ordnance.
It is quite the rush.
Ordnance or ordnance?
An ordinance, of course. We do things in a civilized fashion here, not like Graham's iconoclasts.
Of course he wants to fight bureaucracy with paperwork. I should have known.
Can a legal document really be that important?
If I didn't know any better, I'd say you just crawled out from under a rock. Forms and procedures are everything in Halcyon. And this one is located in the old arms building southwest of town, which used to be part of Stellar Bay before we had to move our walls in. And these days, it's overrun with marauders and raptidons.
Oh no! Why is a perception option being blocked? Oh no! Is she hungry? Damn it! I guess I'll go get your Bolt 52.
Do be careful. I've lost more than a few people to marauders and raptidons out there. Oh, and while you're at it, there should be a terminal in the arms building with some dangerous information. Perhaps you could delete it so it doesn't fall into the wrong hands.
Before I go, I need to ask you about
What can
something.
I do for you?
I met Grim, the landing pad guard.
I see. And was his delivery of the MSI authorized greeting up to snuff?
He did a bang-up job. No, that guy's a world-class moron. No, he did a bang-up job.
Well, that's excellent. I'll see that your feedback makes it into his review. What else can I do for you?
Isaac Rose is dead. I found the people who killed him.
But that's terrible. What happened?
It was Elijah and his hooligan friends. I ran them out of town.
I'm glad to hear you've dealt with them. They've been causing quite a bit of trouble around town. I've been consumed with other matters of late, but I would have dealt with them eventually.
Of course you would have.
Of course I would have. Still, your intervention in the matter is much appreciated. Please consider this payment for your services.
I have questions about MSI and the good old days.
It's good that I keep such meticulous notes.
How did MSI get kicked off the board in the first place?
I've asked myself the same thing many times. especially seeing as the legal mechanisms we employed were part of the board's own bylaws.
You're getting ahead of yourself again.
You see what I have to deal with?
For many years, this planet was home to as many corporations as Terra 2. Back then, it was known as Terra 1.
Terra 1 and Terra 2, I see the board put their best people on that one. What happened to the other corporations?
As you may have noticed, this planet has more than its share of hazards. And as the other corporations began to tally their losses, they decided to pull out.
But not MSI, right?
Our leadership at the time certainly wanted to.
And how did that work out?
Most regard Monarch as a lost cause. But there were others of us who saw an opportunity. The chance to improve working hours and conditions, to reform MSI from the ground up.
How forward-thinking of you.
It's humane, but it's also good business sense. Exhausted, sick, and malnourished workers are not productive workers. Even a cursory review of the data bears that out. Anyway, we learned of a loophole in the corporate bylaws that would allow MSI to claim ownership of the entire planet once the other corporations pulled out, creating the perfect environment for us to enact these new reforms.
Using the board's own tools against them, then. Clever.
That's what I thought. But the senior executives laughed in our faces and insisted we'd be relocating to Terra 2 along with everyone else.
I hope you gave them the finger. Yet here you are.
Yes, some of us stayed behind, and as the most senior executive remaining, I ended up in charge of what was left of MSI. I moved forward with our planned reforms, as well as our strategy to assume ownership of the planet. Yet not long after I renamed it Monarch, the other corporations dislodged us from the board and began an official campaign to paint us as lawless savages.
That's low, even for them.
I don't think I realized how far they'd stoop. Everything we did was legal and above board. We followed their rules, and yet they still found reasons to declare us outlaws.
Your first mistake was expecting the board to cut you a fair deal.
I understand the sentiment, but if we can't rely on some sort of framework, then what do we have? I do think there's something useful in a governing body like the board. Something that keeps us from anarchy, but I dearly wish it functioned differently.
So why exactly do you want back on the board?
Why wouldn't anyone? They own nearly all the resources and infrastructure in Halcyon.
Yeah, and once you go back to him, he'll own your dignity too.
Without the board, chaos would overtake the system. Working within the established order isn't a principle to snub one's nose at, Captain.
To be on the board is to be part of the colonial community, and being cut off means slow strangulation.
They've treated you pretty roughly. Is it worth going back to that?
I'm not a man to put pride before progress. If membership on the board can ease our hardships and provide us with opportunities, then that's the path I mean to pursue. Besides, I'm hopeful that additional leverage on our part will allow us a more equitable relationship.
Leverage?
Don't get ahead of yourself, sir.
Yes, it'll be easier to explain once we have the Bolt 52. My hope is to maintain the reforms we've managed here, and who knows? Perhaps once we're restored, we could spread them to other corporations.
Yeah, he is, though. Yeah, I like Sanjar a lot. So many of the characters in this game are just so incredibly well designed. He's definitely up there. So what is the hazard clause?
It's a legal provision that gives the board the authority to cordon off any planet or location that it deems dangerous.
Sounds like the board gave themselves the power to arrest an entire planet.
They would say it's for the greater good.
And they've invoked it on Monarch.
Yes, making all of MSI criminals in the board's eyes. Rather hard to run a business that way.
You don't seem to think much of Graham.
He and his followers call themselves the Iconoclasts. Lawless anarchists, all of them. If anyone on Monarch deserves the reputation the board's pinned on us, it's them.
I will admit, I am keen to meet their leader.
Well, be careful what you wish for. Graham has a habit of ruining everything, and everyone around him.
You've got strong feelings on the matter.
I'm trying to build something here. They only want to destroy things, and they risk ruining Monarch for all of us. It isn't just that they drain our people and resources. Every radical act they commit cements Halcyon's image of us all as destructive rebels, and pushes us further from the rest of the colony.
So, what's the downside?
Shall I begin with the supply shortages, or the subtle but constant threat of annihilation? He's lucky the board doesn't take him seriously enough to keep more than a few UDL gunships patrolling Monarch.
An Earth Directorate assault cruiser would change his tune. It's almost a shame we haven't seen one around Monarch in a long while.
That's what you call foreshadowing. But yeah, that'll be a while.
What can I do for you?
I gotta go. There are people in this office, but we can use the terminal. This terminal is only to be used for official communication on behalf of Monarch Stellar Industries. Make me. Personal files for S. Nandi, a summary report on conditions within Stellar Bay. Productivity has continued to improve since relaxing MSI's old restrictions and making allowances for employee benefits such as time off for illness and personal leave, 24.9% reductions in shift length, and 52.3% more positive feedback. Fishery output is up 15.2% this year, showing a continuing but slowing growth trend. Decreased gains compared to previous years are likely due to the deterioration of materials and morale, occasional shortfalls in our supplies, and the gradual loss of personnel to marauders, 7.2%, hostile wildlife, 10.3%, and iconoclast recruitment, 17.4%. Reconciliation with the board remains a long-term goal, but the immediate concern is defending the city from hostile elements. Repairing damage to the city walls consumes approximately 32.8% of our annual budget. The best solution would be an influx of skilled defenders and weaponry, but given the aforementioned factors and their effects on the local population, such a solution remains unlikely. This is his own private personal file. He's legit. MSI, our profit margins are stellar. MSI Salt Tuna, 43.28% more nutrient dense than the leading brands. Stellar Bay, a tolerable center of commerce in a hostile and chaotic galaxy. If anything, it's a little too honest, a little too on the nose there. It's tolerable, yeah. Way to sell yourself there, Saljar. There's an MSI vending machine. They make damn fine helmets. Damn fine helmets. Do we have any junk to sell? Yeah, yeah. Let's just get rid of that. Wait a minute. Hold on. There's a rebuy option. Max, what's your current... Oh, okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Keep that one. Sell those. I know I've got some rubbish down here. There's some nicotine, some alcohol. Nicotine, alcohol, and then we should be good. Some of these mods we have a crap ton of. We can get quite a bit of money by selling surplus. Usually more than 4 of any one type, I figure, is a good line to draw in the sand. Let's not toss the toss ball card, but we will sell off the rest of the junk. Alright. B.R. Guthrie, the fastest winger on the Tigers, often covering 3 day zones at once. Okay, so our character is now hungry, thirsty, and sleepy. I could probably just take a few bits of food, but since the ship's right... Game? Game? What the fuck, game? Now I was stuck in there. This is what happens when I play video games, people. Just suddenly fell through the elevator. Hey, Obsidian, fix her shit. Is that a Doctor Who reference? Alright, let's take a nap. There we go. Don't have hunger pangs now either. We just thirsty. Genuinely thirsty. Let us take a sugary drink. Have a lemon slap. I don't know, elevator. Can I trust you? Alright. Let's go,
Where'd you get your schooling, Max? Nowhere special, Mr. Millstone. An OSI seminary, same as my peers. They teach you science there? You know, test tubes, formulas, all that sundry? There is more to science than test tubes and lab coats. And the study of science is a lifelong commitment, not merely a collection of coursework. You got any of your old books? Just asking. My son, are you expressing an interest in science? I suppose I could find you some reading material.
Huh.
You look like a woman who's looking for some mostly fresh animal parts.
about Celia?
Huh. I haven't seen her in a few days, but I've been meaning to ask her how that Raptidon acid is working out. I hope it's working okay, because no one else really seems interested in this stuff.
Would you consider going on a date with her? Let's just be blunt about this.
Wait, I see what's going on. She put you up to this so she could get a discount, hmm? Don't get me wrong. I'd like to give her a discount. She's a real fine lady. Always talks nice and slow, so I understand. But if I give her one, I won't hardly make a bit, on account of no one else having any use for Raptidon tongues.
Don't take my word for it. Spend some time with her. I promise she won't ask for a discount.
You sound pretty sure. And she is awful nice. Okay, I'll do it. Once her shift ends, we'll go someplace nice. Maybe to Chef Raymond's.
Pardon? Hey, Skippy, good to see you.
Have you talked to Sebastian yet? What did he say?
He said he'll go on a date with you.
Okay, but how did he say it? Did he sound excited? Or like he was just agreeing to it? Was he like, yay, a date with Celia. I've secretly been waiting for this. Or was it more, sure, I don't have anything else going on?
All I know is that if you act this crazy, you'll send him running. He likes you, Celia. Just don't ask him for any discounts.
Not to worry. If I never buy another Raptidon tongue, it'll be too soon. Ah, look at me going on. I'm sure you've got other things to do, and Mr. Nandi's giving me that back-to-work look. Anyhow, thank you.
Nice. Nice stuff. Still thirsty, and now you're, triggering that food addiction, huh? Alright, well, Borstan beans. And, that was our last one of those. Where's our sugary drinks? There we go. Purple berry punch. Try to only have the caffeine if I also need to recover some fatigue. So, before we go for a bolt with his name, let's go ahead and get Nyoka in the party. She really knows her way around outside these walls. To the dispensary! Yeah, we could just go straight to the second floor, but we'll go ahead and talk to Abigail here.
Hello, dearie. Why, I don't believe I've seen you before. And with sweet cheeks like those, I'd remember. What can Auntie Abigail do for you?
I've been asked to pick up a caffeinoid supplement.
And what a helpful young lady you are. Nothing like a little pill to liven up the spirits. Who's your lucky friend, dearie?
Lie, actually, they're for me. I don't know, Auntie. You'll have to pry that secret from my sweet little cheeks. It's for Nyoka.
Oh, her. It's none of my business, but I have told her Dr. Williams would bump up her monthly allotment if only she'd join MSI. Contribute like the rest of us. Now I've gone and said too much. And you know me, dearie. I don't like to pry.
Well, I don't know you, but okay. There must be some way I can increase her allotment. When can she get her next dose?
I'm afraid it'll be the better part of a month. Our dear Nyoka tends to exhaust her supply rather quickly. Believe me, there's nothing I'd love better than to help you, but there's not much I can do. Dr. Williams managed the town's allotments from his terminal upstairs. Even I can't access them.
I thought you were in charge around here, Auntie. You sure ought to be.
Oh, you flatter an old woman. Me, I'm just here to be a pretty face for the customers. And to keep an extra key to the supply room, for all the times Dr. Williams misplaced his.
Forgetful fellow, eh?
Careless experimentation with medicinal substances does take its toll, eventually.
Guess I'll have to figure this out on my own.
Chin up, dearie.
Yeah, this one's just a bathroom. This one, not so much. Right. There it is. Caffeinoid pills. Voted #1 drug in the colony. Among Spacious Choice made caffeine-based speed-altering products. If you see a blur, Spacious Choice has the cure. Take that. And the speed grip mod. Adreno, MagPick. Not that we need to use this terminal. Yeah. Welcome, E. Williams. Patient records, Nyoka. Caffeinoid allotment standard. Medical engineer notes liver damage, likely the result of prolonged alcoholism. Attitude problems, likely the result of prolonged alcoholism. Frequent social withdrawal, likely the result of prolonged alcoholism. Yeah, that is actually one of the ways that you can solve this. You can hack this terminal and up her allotment that way. That is another way of doing it, yes. Patient not found. Please try again. Data storage. Notes from experiments as conducted by Dr. E. Williams. Notes. Reacticism plus pep you up. I had hypothesized that this combination might awaken my mind and senses to the greater realities around us. If that is true, then it seems my faculties were quite overwhelmed in this instance. Shortly after the dosage, I experienced cold sweats, tremors, and mild paranoia. It is perhaps due to these latter effects that most of my notes from the episode are of little use. Nevertheless, the effects were most invigorating. I will have to attempt a milder dosage once heart palpitations subside. Bushberry extract plus a deliberol. After my previous experiments, I theorized that deadening the external senses might allow the mind's eye to glimpse the eternal. Alas, I was only partially successful. The combination of substances quickly rendered me both blind and feeble, so much so that I soon fell into a stupor. I awoke some hours later in a pile of my own sick and a most curious craving for Tyleritos. Notes. Costolorine triple dosage. Searching file empty. A. Edwards. Work in progress #1, 23,629 words. Abigail has been writing a novel on the terminals. Stellar Bride. She's a wide-eyed colonist from Earth. He's a hard-working Saltuna farmer from Monarch. Their attraction blossoms into a whirlwind romance that transforms Stellar Bay. Chapter 3, A Long Way from Arkansas. You can put your things here, Mr. Elliot said, leading Abby into a dim apartment. The place was small, but it had a certain cozy charm. Abby set her bags on the floor and loosened the straps of her jumpsuit. Mr. Elliot coughed, his face suddenly red. If you get warm, you can always crack the window. Breeze from the bay is real nice. Just be careful about mantis swarms. As Abby went to take the room key, her fingers brushed his. He had strong, rough hands, a Saltuna farmer's hands. She felt herself blush. You've been ever so kind to me, Mr. Elliot. Call me Archibald, he said. I love these. The Passion Broker, a renegade iconoclast, driven by his ideals, finds love in the arms of a mysterious man with a tortured past. Will he follow his head or his heart? Chapter 2, Tall, Dark, and Handsome. Come on up, said the voice on the comm. It was dangerous and smooth in a way that reminded Broderick of iceberg-aged whiskey. The door slid open with a whisper of perfumed air. The hair rose along the nape of his neck, and he proceeded up the stairs. The broker sat with his back to a top-of-the-line, mostly charcoal personal heater, slender fingers tinted. So this was the mysterious recluse who manipulated Monarch from afar. Broderick could feel the warmth of the heater from across the room, but it was the look in the broker's eyes that had him feeling feverish. The broker produced a pair of glasses and a bottle of something that looked expensive. He poured it off and held one of the glasses out to Broderick. "For me?" he asked, trying to ignore the man's smoldering gaze. "Indeed," the broker purred. "I hear you're a man of bold tastes." Broderick took his glass. The broker continued, dark hair falling over darker eyes. "That's why I've got a rare proposition for you." The glass nearly slipped from Broderick's fingers. He drank it in one gulp to hide the tremor in his hand. It burned all the way down. Work in progress number 3, 146,307 words. That's like a whole trilogy's worth. Clinic of the Heart. A battle-hardened young Earth Directorate soldier visits a remote clinic on Monarch to heal his injuries. But when he meets Gale, an elegant older nurse, she goes to work on his heart as well. Chapter 34, Healing Touch. Fletcher held her tightly. His strength had returned, that much was clear. Yet here he remained, at the clinic, with her. He shook his head as if he'd read her mind with his perfect green eyes. "Gale, the Earth Directorate's calling me back. They want me protecting Byzantium. But I don't know how to leave, not after what we've found together." "Then stay," she whispered, letting her breath warm his ear. "I can certainly find a position for you here." "Oh, laws," he moaned, pulling her closer. She pressed a finger to his lips. "Shh. The only law here is love." Oh, it's beautiful, ain't it? I love it. I absolutely love it. If anyone wants to hire me as a voice actor, just send me a DM on the Discord. I'll keep in touch. Anyway. So that happened. Let's give Nyoka her pills, shall we? Also, the food addiction is kicking in again. That story took a while to read. Bunch of nanners.
Velma seem out of sorts to you?
She's always cranky.
No, I mean...
I heard it already. Hello?
Laws. Can a man enjoy the smooth menthol flavor of a Stogie Slim in peace?
Got a lot of brass for a man doing absolutely nothing.
What I am doing, ma'am, is enjoying the moment. It's so rare that I can seize one apart from the jabbering masses of this wretched place.
Neighbors probably aren't missing your company either, come to think of it.
And how should they know what they're missing? I recall when Stellar Bay was a proper board-affiliated town with regular shipments of Auntie Cleo's best and all the cereals. Before Sanjar took over MSI and got us all booted.
And now you're all free from the board.
Yes, free to wallow in squalor together. Free to squabble with the iconoclasts over a Raptidon-infested hellhole. Look, you're making me melancholy. Is there something you wanted?
I'll leave you be. Yeah, they stick him out there as a...
What are the chances of all the times and places we could have been born?
additional opinion.
Yeah.
We're here, light years from Earth, going about our lives.
Every time the punch clock peals, a worker
Oh yeah,
earns his meal.
we've heard that one.
What are you talking about?
You're back. Good news? Bad news? All of the above?
I've got your magic pills. These things are dangerous, you know.
More or less dangerous than a steady supply of alcohol. Give it here. Whew, that hits the spot. Right in the, oh, no, there it is. There it is. Yes. We're in business. Let's go.
Glad to have you.
Great. Where to?
Let's find the information broker.
Oh, Hiram? I ain't checked in on that man in an age. He's running the giant radio tower we lovingly call Devil's Peak. We'll be going south and west, mostly along the road till we're past Fallbrook. Out there, there's a western slope that'll lead us through some fun. You like hunting, right? That's fun. If you're more of a spelunker, Rotting River will take you into the mountain caverns. We can discuss options when we get closer. That said, 3's already a crowd. I don't mind waiting somewhere until you got a spot open.
Felix, wait on the ship. We need Nyoka's help for now.
A real big game hunter. You gotta give me some pointers.
Stellar Bay had a vicar once. He took it upon himself to convince Graham's folk to come back to the corporate fold. Kept making the trip between the city and Amber Heights by foot. Kept getting himself into all sorts of scrapes. Day came when I found a book of his in the middle of a rapt encampment. And still gripping it, too.
The plan unfolds as the plan unfolds. To vicar and layman alike.
Well, yep. There it is. The final potential companion, Nyoka. Her unique level 1 perk, increase your lie skill when she's in the party. I don't think we're going to need that. Let's give her some extra health. Sanity knows we're going to need that. Her unique tier 2 skill, reduce how far the sound of your footsteps travel while she's in your party. I really do like the sound of that. Been taking a very stealth-based approach this run. Been trying to make sure everybody has Nightingale step on their armor. I'll have to double check that. But yeah, definitely we will give her that one. And her unique tier 3, she deals bonus damage to creatures. Yoink! Gladly take that. Stick nearby. Weapon mixed mode defensive. Seems to be working pretty well for people. Her barrage ability uses her personally modified light machine gun to deal damage to her target and set enemies near it ablaze. Reduces the armor rating of her target for a time. It deals burn damage. Those are the things that we just gave her just now. For armor, hiking gear quilted, ports of call. Here, we can give her the good helmet while we have it to spare. And as for her weaponry, yeah, heavy weapon, light ammo, light machine gun, plasma built into it. Level 18. It's a very, very strong, solid choice, actually, that she starts with there. And two-handed melee weapons, a trimmer cleaver to start with, and it's got mods built into it already. And I don't see fit to swap in the prismatic hammer for that. Although, if I were to level up the prismatic hammer, it might actually be better. But we can wait on that. I haven't been very science weapon-y so far this game, but that can change. I reserve the right to change that. There is a science weapon we'll be getting on this planet later that is totally worth a damn. It's actually very, very effective, I've come to learn. We got a new perk. Oh my word. Where the hell am I gonna put it? There's so many good options. Oh, so many of them. Oh my word. Yeah, there are 2 boosts to science weapon damage, plus a boost to magazine size. A weapon is considered quiet if its noise range is 2.5 meters or less. You can, when you zoom in on a weapon, you get that big set of stats, and noise range is, what, like 6th from the bottom? So that's 20 meters. One of the mods you can put on some weapons will actually reduce its noise range by 90%. So this would actually become a quiet weapon with that mod on it, if it's capable of accepting it. This one, 25 meters, would also become quiet, 2.5. This one, not a chance. Yeah, 35 meters would become 3.5. That would still not be quiet. Do I actually have any copies of that mod on me? I do. It's right here. In fact, I have 4. I've probably sold some extras. It is a barrel mod. So the gun would have to be able to accept a barrel modification. That is only a mag modification. I can't give it a barrel one. That one probably had one. It'd be interesting for the long gun to be the quiet weapon. Using stealth circumstances. At least you can do a charge shot with it. Unleash it at point blank. So that would be interesting. It's a concept. But I'm not sure that's going to be optimal. Bonus to all skills when we are alone. Increased if we've not recruited anybody. Yeah, we're definitely not doing alone. Improvisational weapons haven't been using. Any subsequent attack made on the same target while in TTD deals increased damage. This effect is cumulative. That could actually make really good use out of our faster sniper rifle, but it's only a 10% boost per subsequent hit. Another one with no companions. Whenever you are affected by a harmful combat effect, you deal increased damage. That is a neat idea. You move at normal speed during TTD for the first few seconds, and you activate it when full. We're not doing melee damage. All area of effect and plasma damage dealt to you is reduced. That would help counteract one of the flaws we took, but... This one is kind of nice if you've got faster firing weapons. So each bullet will reduce the target's armor by 1, up to 10. It's a nice way of getting extra damage out of faster firing weapons. This is probably the best bet. I mean, I almost took this last time. Your armor is boosted by 10%, and any skills boosted by your armor, the effects are doubled. But only what's built into the armor, not what mods add to it. There's also exploding headshots. We do have that still. Health restored per kill is a nice one. Yeah, let's go for this. That's almost certainly the best idea. There we go. And those skill points, as advertised. Let's put it into sneak. Get that sneak attack damage built up. Now we move faster while crouching. With Nyoka in the party, that's also getting a nice boost to it. Yeah, 60 is a really good level to get a lot of things up to. Yeah, this gets astounding. Tinkering cost for science weapons is capped when you get to 80. It becomes the same amount no matter how many levels up you want to push it. It doesn't go up every time. And then when you get that to master, tinkering costs are already halved for me. This would reduce it by a further 80%. So it's just 10% of the original cost. Yeah, very, very good stuff. Once you get to that, it's every level of a science weapon is only 200 bits. So there is that going for them, at least. Yeah, crit chance and sway of science weapons are determined by science skill if higher than whatever the appropriate gun skill or melee skill is for that particular tool. Well, let's apply that. Alright. So we've got a guide with us now, someone who's very combat capable. Bull 52 is in an abandoned building north of Stellar Bay, so this one is going to take us out the other exit. The other strip of buildings outside town. Yeah, over this way. And we've already gone through here. There's several more things out this way, which we could scope out now, but we will have reason to head out in that direction later, so I might just do it then. Might remember to stop by this on the way. There's this mysterious thing here, although we will actually get keyed into this eventually. There's another thing out here. I'm pretty sure at least one mission leads us there at some point. And then this here is Amber Heights. And this down here is Fallbrook, so we've got some towns, some other little settlements here. This is a CMP factory. This is Devil's Peak. That is where our ultimate objective is. We won't be getting there tonight. In fact, we're probably not getting there next week either. Might even be the week after that. I don't know. There's a lot to do on this planet. I forget what this is. Not even sure we can get in there. This is Cascadia. We will get to that eventually. We are going to gain a few levels before we mess around with that, boy howdy. Yeah, that shit's serious business. It's not the worst unless it's Borst worst. Sip of a beverage here. Streaming direct from console, so I don't have a... Oh, so I don't have a webcam, but I do have my purple berry here in front of me. By which I mean a Monster Energy Ultraviolet. Yeah, we can talk, Nyoka, sure. Sup?
Hey, got a favor to ask you. Figure while we're out here in the wilderness anyhow, we might stop in on an old friend of mine. Preferably before we get to Hiram's. It's on the way, don't worry. You don't seem the type to run off and get yourself killed, and I could use the help.
Thanks for the compliment, I think.
I'll be upfront with you. I hate asking for help. I hate it. Every time I give someone the opportunity to disappoint me, they seem to make it their most immediate goal. But this, what I'm thinking, it's dangerous.
I'm honored you're asking, and I'm thrilled to accept. What can I do?
Really? Here I was steeling myself for inevitable rejection. I used to run with a band of hunters. Friends. 6 of us. We were on Monarch when the corporations pulled out, and we helped a lot of people pick up the pieces. I haven't seen 2 of them in years, and the rest I know to be dead. I'd like to gather their effects and bury them all in the same places, like the family we once were.
What do you need to do?
First, we go to Hayes. I buried him a ways from our encampment. I need to pay my respects. I'll show you where he rests. He had a medallion in his effects. That's what I'll bring home to Barry.
And after that?
Then we find my 2 lost trackers and bring them home. A long time ago, we built an encampment in one of Monarch's cave systems. Trouble is, a Mantiqueen showed up and kicked us all out. If we can find Rebecca and Anders, they'll know how to lure her out. Then, we kill the bitch and bury everyone's medallions together.
We're going to have to kill a Mantiqueen?
Oh, yes. I can't wait.
So that's her companion quest, now enabled. Star-Crossed Troopers. And, it is on the way, so to speak. Not really, but close enough. But yeah, this is actually multiple parts, and we won't even be getting to the first part tonight. That much I can assure you of right now. But it is now on our list. Bolt with his name. That is our objective. Where exactly is it? Far end by the bridge we didn't cross. Okay.
Good old Stellar Bay. Only place on the planet that don't stink of sulfur. On account of it stinking like fish instead.
Alright. Freighter. Bunch of random crates by it. Decided lack of loot. Weird. Very weird for this game. Anywho. Borscht beans. Oh, well, there they are. There you go, that is. Big ball of poo. Oh, thanks. I'm seeing 2 on the HUD. Where's the other one? Huh. Oh well. It's upstairs. Empty bin. Well, that sucked. Oh! Fuck. Oh, no. Okay, we're good. We're good! We're good. Somehow. No idea how. Let's have some salt tuna. Okay. Let's see. Execute. I like the sound of that.
The strong survive and the weak perish.
Nice work, you two. Oh, we're not done. I can't even see what we're up against. Hot damn, Vicar. Take that for the Vic. There we go. All right. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, and by the way, the answer to my Benny offer earlier, whoo, the lead's flying over here. That is from Jagged Alliance. Ice says that. What? More of them? Dag nabbit. Bye. Oh, that did like nothing. Oh, it stunned him. Alright. Search the ash pile. Nothing. No, I searched you. Where was the other one I shot? I don't see it. I hate it when I lose the corpses. Oh, to the best of my knowledge, they never vanish, but it's so easy to lose track of them sometimes. Oh, here it is. Here it is. There it is. Yeah, hidden in the grass. But it was empty. Make sure these are all fully loaded. Okay. I've got at least one more to deal with out here. Let me see if I can find a better angle of approach. Oh, holy shit, you're close. Did that kill it? No. That did, though. Oh, hi. Go right ahead, you two. That ain't getting up. Wow. Effective. Quite effective. Yeah, Nyoka's pretty badass. Oh boy, we got a biggin. Let's try to deal with you from as far away as possible, at least to get things started.
Sometimes violence is the only way.
Whew. Exhilarating. Uh-oh. Oh, this thing fires 6 bullets at once. That explains a lot. It's very slow to reload. But it is a very effective weapon, otherwise. Ooh, and it seems like it wears out pretty quickly, too. That looks like it's... Yeah, it's actually already starting to lose damage. Yeah, there we go. Huh. I think there's a perk for reducing durability loss. If I don't already have that one, I should probably prioritize it. Oh, I do have it already. Oh, shit. okay, I did get it. Well now. So this is the same bridge we saw earlier. We were just on the other side of it. Arms building key. Oh, well. I think we're about to need that. Wait, did I? No, okay. And yeah. And the Mathers residence is right there. How the hell did we miss one? You have got to be fucking kidding me. How did I even sneak up on it that well?
Fate shines on us today. Here we go.
My word. I didn't know better. I'd say they respawn. Well, we can go in here. There's a workbench in here. Nice. Bit carts. Adreno. All sorts of things in this abandoned dwelling. Alright, let us do some tinkering first, I think. That is quite cost prohibitive. Yeah. Yikes. You know what, I'll do it one more level, but then I think that's the last I'm gonna be upgrading that. You're not very cheap either, but I'll give you one more level as well. 19. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait until we start getting some Mark II weapons going here. Nyoka's weapon, on the other hand... Look at this. Oh, it's beautiful. In fact, that's the cap. We can't put it any higher than that. Might as well upgrade our trimmer cleaver as well while we're at it. Her stuff is tip-top shape. This is a Mark II, so upgrading that a little bit won't be bad. That looks like it's already been upgraded pretty well. And, yeah, that's gonna be a bit much. That's gonna be like the last of my money. Let's tinker a nice hat. Given that that's actually the helmet I'm using right now, since I gave Nyoka mine. And sometimes you get into battle indoors. That's not showing the correct number. The correct number is on the right there. go. Some leaded armor. No, those are fine. Those are fine. That is not fine, but that's something we found that way. I could probably just sell that, and I don't think they would even give me a, Actually, I could probably break it down for... Oh, I will get reduced parts if I break it down. I might be able to sell it for full price. I guess we'll wait and see. Alright, well, this building is what we're here for. So grab the loot around the outside of it. Oh, the loot goes around the outside, around the outside, around the outside. Okay. Lots of goodies in this abandoned building. Give me that. Welcome to Archives, Records, and Miscellaneous Storage. ARMS. Please select one of the menu options below. View Executive Reviews. Accessing loading last accessed document. Executive Review for Sanjar Nandi. Sanjar has a bad habit of padding his reports with numbers and statistics, not very good with slogans, jingles, and/or taglines. Presentations tend to be dry and lacking in emotional appeal and funny references. Sanjar also displays a noted tendency to complete work rather than delegating it, a trend unbecoming in upper management. All in all, Sanjar's work habits suggest a preoccupation with details and a startling lack of vision. Oh, that part is incredibly untrue. We cannot recommend him for further advancement. Needs improvement in the following areas: interpersonal communication, brevity, delegation, idea generation. Note, all executive reviews are the property of Monarch Stellar Industries. It is not permissible to view or tamper with any executive review without the approval of an authorized manager. Monarch Stellar Industries is not responsible for any mental, emotional, or digestive distress that may result from viewing these reviews. Executive review of Sanjar Nandi is what we were just looking at. Executive review of Graham Bryant. This is the leader of the Iconoclasts, the one whose propaganda message was blocking the airways. Did that play for us? I think that played on board the ship at one point during this playthrough. Restricted file. Executive authorization required to proceed. Well, we can easily hack that. Graham's understanding of product messaging and branding is impressive, especially for a relatively low-level editor. Has a knack for memorable slogans and taglines. However, Graham has issues with brevity and shows consistent disregard for prescribed fonts and formats. Some of his work has been flagged for subversive undertones. Recommend further supervision. Executive review of one Dora Erickson. Dora shows a real knack for brief but compelling presentations supported by catchy slogans. Her delegation skills are also top-notch. She can build a lengthy meeting around any topic and emerge with plenty of work assigned. Recommend for promotion. Delete all. Graham, yeah, Sanjar did ask us to do this. So that's been done. Deleting record of deletion, even. Nifty. Alright, well, that's not what we came in here for. That door is sealed. That door is sealed. Looks like we're going upstairs. That's not going to stop us. Okay, so... Leather helms with goggles. Those are, weird but neat. Bonus to medical, even. While we're out of doors, that's probably a good idea, even though we look like one of those, desert people from Star Wars wearing those. I think I gave Nyoka a better one, but Max could probably... Oh, no, he's got a... Yeah. No, his helmet's hella better. His helmet's like top tier. Tusken Raiders, yes, thank you. I couldn't remember the name. 50 pennies. Oh, I instinctively scrolled to the bottom of the list, and you're at the top now. Sheesh. Yeah. Flamethrower, speed grip, sure grip, 182 bits, luminescent spray, ambidextrine, I love it. Look at all these bit carts just lying on the ground here. And they're big ones, too. Fat loot. And in this one, Stun Baton Ultra, another bit cartridge, Metallysis Gel. Those hardened items are few and far between.
Hello? Hello? I hear boots out there. Wait, can rats wear boots?
It's not like a Raptidon. I don't think they figured that out yet. Who are you?
Oh, thank the Eternal. I'm Huxley. Hux if you're lazy. I'm stuck. My friends and I were scavenging here, and a Manta Queen showed up. Then Raptidons. It was a void-blasted mess. I ran in here, and, now the door's locked. Little help?
You got locked in? How?
It's easier than it sounds, alright? Next time you get chased by Raptidons, you let me know the rationality of your decisions.
Well, I need to get into that room.
Phew. Thanks, lady. My buddy had a key, but I ain't heard him in a while. He locked me in here and took off. Probably got munched. So look for a dead guy, I guess. Or a rat. Maybe it's in a rat belly. Gross.
I think I found it.
Oh, much obliged.
Thank you, chat. This is the quality content I hope to see in my live streams. You can actually come up onto the roof of the building. There's a ladder there, and I forget if there's even a reason to do so. Probably not. There's another ladder on the building opposite, and a plank connecting the two. Which really makes you think there would be a reason for it. I guess it's if you can't hack the front door of this place. Don't have the key. Don't want to go in or something. It's an alternate route, I guess. Or there might be some rats near the front or something. But yeah, that's, Oh, really? Damn it. Well, let's have a bite to eat. Yeah, it is a good place to snipe from. Let us have... Nice. Purple Berry Munch. And with that... So we're actually talking to somebody, so let's switch the nice hat back on and open this door.
Phew. Thank you so much. It was getting all stuffy in there, and I was getting a mite lightheaded, and I think maybe I was gonna die. Now I'm out here, and I'm headed back to Amber Heights.
Still landing yourself in trouble, eh, Hux?
Oh, hi, Nyoka. You mind giving me an escort back home? Oh, You're traveling with someone. Never mind.
You sure you're okay to travel?
Oh, sure, I'm a runner. I'm used to getting all dizzy and... Hey, who's your identical, slightly blurry friend?
Normally when you help someone, they give you something for their trouble.
But I ain't got nothing on me. How's about a heaping helping of appreciation and respect?
Put in a good word for me with the iconoclasts and we'll call it even.
Can do.
Good luck.
Thanks a lot, lady.
Bit cartridge has a single bit in it. Oh, on the floor. Please be loaded. Geographic scanner, fun times barrel, flamethrower. There it is, the Bolt 52 cartridge. That is what we came all this way for. This cartridge feels heftier than most. Must have a lot of data. Like that has anything to do with how heavy it would be. Doop. Doop. Alright, well, let's head back to Sanjar indeed. Which we are totally going the wrong way for. Well, either way would get us there, but this way's shorter. We've got this over here, but this is good and sealed, whatever that is.
Careful. Only things you'll find in the ruins are liable to shoot you or eat you. Or both.
Yeah. Yeah, we encountered an instance of the latter already.
Is it true that manta queens devour their mates after copulation?
Yeah. Well, sort of. They kill them, but they leave the body till their swarm hatches and eats it. The first meal is their father.
Makes one appreciative he wasn't born a Mentosaur.
Slimy man like you might fit in just fine.
He's alright. I can't even. It gives you a lot you have to manage when you play this on its hardest difficulty. And I have definitely had some deaths, there's no doubt about that. Yeah, playing this on normal, I only had one death. I only had one death the entire time. And it was something really, really stupid that I did. Without a ring of bad idea protection. It do be like that sometimes.
I don't mean to judge, but are you ever sober, Miss Ramnorine Wentworth?
Only when I got a job to do, and even that ain't a guarantee.
Myoka Ranarim Wentworth? What a surname.
You should know you're getting excellent reviews from across the company. What can I do for you?
I found your review on a terminal in the arms building.
You weren't supposed to look. I asked you to delete it.
And I did. Yeah, you sent me into a Raptidon-infested mess to clean up after you.
I didn't mean for any harm to come to you. This has been my albatross. The great shame of my career. I give MSI everything. My work, my youth, my left kidney, and for years, I was a joke to them.
Your left kidney?
One of the executives required a transplant. I thought volunteering to donate might improve my prospects.
Did it?
Apparently not.
Who cares what they think? You're in charge now.
In charge of a scrap heap of a city. Abandoned by the board and surviving only through the hypocrisy of our trading partners.
And you've made it work? That's more than anyone can say for those execs.
I hadn't thought of it that way. But perhaps there's something to that. Thank you for that. Was there something else?
I found the cartridge and deleted that data for you.
Oh, yes. I'm going to be up all night with this. All those blanks waiting to be filled, boxes waiting to be ticked.
Try to control yourself, sir.
Have you any idea how powerful this is? Corporations have been toppled with less.
So how exactly is a data cartridge going to help?
What a question! Bureaucratic micromanagement is the only way anything gets done in Halcyon, and proper documentation is a key part of that. For our part, a bill of liquidation/transfer Form 52 will protect our holdings on Monarch by temporarily assigning them to a pass-through entity once we drop our bomb on the board.
Ooh. Let me guess, a paperweight? I'm curious as to how chat is feeling about the board right now, actually. I get the general sense that they're generally against the board. Yeah, they kind of suck. Yeah, finally the board will get their comeuppance.
Sort of. Really, we're just going to blackmail them into offering us a seat at the table.
But really, whatever gets you excited about the idea. It's definitely a firm middle finger.
I can get behind that.
That's what I like to hear. I have reason to believe that one of the other corporations is operating on Monarch, illegally and in secret.
Those bastards. Leave us to our perils, then come back just to reap what they can.
If we can find proof, I can use that as leverage to encourage certain powers that be to accept our Bolt 52 and reinstate us on the board.
So what does that mean for me?
If someone is operating here, then Catherine's almost certainly supplying them out of Fallbrook. Perhaps she could be convinced to tell you where they are.
I know how to make people talk.
Oh, I imagine you do. But as much as I love your can-do attitude and dangerous gravitas, Catherine handles all of our shipments. So it would be best if you could leave her in one piece. Is that how you people put it?
Close enough.
Once you, subtly work out where this corporate facility might be, bring back proof of its operation. Maybe some nice letterhead. Or someone working there. That would do it.
Infiltrate a secret corporate base and kidnap the staff. Sure, I'm on it.
I knew you were the right person for the job. I suppose I'll leave you to it.
All right. So...
A vicar, huh? You a true believer, or do you just like the tithes?
Why, that's borderline offensive, Ms. Ramnareem Wentworth. Of course I believe. The tithes are merely a well-earned bonus.
I met another believer once. Pushy type. He thought he'd been left behind for a reason. Thought he'd find some kind of cosmic truth in the wilderness. got himself infected by a mantis and drowned in a sulfur pool. Some truth.
Can't get more brutally true than survival of the fittest. But don't mistake us all for blind fools. Intellect plays a large part in who stays among the living.
Glad to hear it.
Okay, so we are now friendly with Sanjar, and he gave us one of the best helmets in the game. An MSI Elite helmet. Heavy helmet worn by MSI's Saltuna Elite Squad. Reduces ranged weapons spread. This is our new outdoor helmet, and it's a thick boy. That is, yeah, I will probably be holding on to that for quite some time. Thick with 2 C's. Saltuna Elite. Okay, I've got a light, a heavy, and an energy. I don't really need to fill the 4th slot, unless I wanted to put a melee weapon in there, and I don't. I have no use for a melee weapon. Let's go talk to Zhang here.
Do your part to support the local economy? Laws know we need it. What can I get you? If you don't see it, I don't got it. Don't go asking for the special reserve.
You say. But yeah, you have one. Now available. MSI light pistol, shotgun, and plasma rifle. Jock makes great plasma rifles, but MSI made this one do even more damage. MSI has really improved this Hammersmith shotgun. And MSI can even make Spacer's Choice pistols better. Yeah, I don't think I have any strong, compelling reason to buy any of those, though. But they are really nice to see. Some pristine helmets. Ball cap, work gear. Cystipig tumors. More meat. And the power grip mod there as well. Some Adreno we could buy. Some more caffeine drink. Only a single tin of Saltuna? Well, I'll take it anyway. Some Tyleritos, tobacco chips, and a variety of flavors from plain to habanero rocket. The taste, the crunch, the taste again. Only Tyleritos delivers twice. You'll see. Woolly curds from Happy Dale Farms. Semi-solid coagulated woolly cow milk. It's the woolly squeaky cheese that kids claim to love. Yeah, we'll buy the food. And the Adreno. Just in case. But now we gotta do some selling of things. Oh, so it will be reduced. Oh, well, that's okay. I'll sell it for what it's worth. Alcohol, nicotine. Alright. Any mods? I have way too many of. Junk. Pay bits for repairs. It doesn't seem to be necessary, though. Okay. And we are hungry and a little sleepy. It's always like overcast out here, isn't it? Okay, so This is going to send us to Fallbrook, which is down here. But we definitely have a number of things to do before we get there. In fact, quite a few. Yeah, Space Crime Continuum is going to lead us to Fallbrook. The Empty Man is going to lead us to Fallbrook. This is on the way there. This... No, I stand corrected. I've got the wrong one selected. That's way down there. It actually technically is on the way. But the one I'm thinking of is this one. Tucker Needham. In Amber Heights. That is here. So we will be doing that first, and we will be given a whole bunch of things that we can do once we get there. So we're probably not getting to Fallbrook tonight. In my remaining hour and a half or so. Alright, we are outdoors, so let's put the good helmet on. There it goes. That was weird. And let us resolve the thirst and small amount of fatigue there with a caffeine drink. Let's have our nanner spank. That's the spot. Oh, and the food addiction is kicking in again. Well, hell. That would be why we bought more food. Bunch of nanners.
We are all molecular machines. The body is a collection of atoms. The mind is a consequence of chemical reactions. Therefore, our lives are predestined along a path that is only visible in retrospect. Life is fated and unstoppable.
And you're unshut-upable.
Oh, looks like we missed a canid. Oh, now that we clear out the wraps, some marauders have moved in. I see how it works.
Won't get any mercy from me.
Damn it. What the hell?
I've had quite enough of you.
Thank you, Vicar. That wasn't enough. Thank you, Nyoka. Now then, where the hell were we? He's crouched down behind the wall. I got you, Vic. Wrong weapon, Adam.
Everyone all right?
Ah, thanks Sanity for that perk, otherwise I would have just had to reload a save. That perk is not very compelling at all on lower difficulties. On Supernova, it is huge. Holy crap, it's huge. Alright, time to follow the road down. Looks like we got some sniping to do. This looks like a good place to use an ambidextrin. Sniper bonus. Oops. Damn it. Alright. Come on. There we go. anything behind any of these obstacles? No? Okay. Aha! Always look both ways while using the street. There's some video game wisdom for you. Right, so we do have a potential shortcut we can cut across here, but we'll follow the road.
Watch your feet. The sulfur pools don't just stink. They'll take a toe off.
Peekaboo. I said left bumper, damn it. Gotcha, Nyoka. Nyoka? Why is she not getting up? Oh, because we're still in combat. Shit! Where did you come from? Are you fucking kidding me? This is taking too long, I'm sure. Yeah. Damn it! We're back in town now, right? Right when we left. Oh yeah, there's a cooldown on that ability. That's right. And it's like 15 minutes. That's why it didn't work. Not that there were enemies still around. Damn.
Hey, Max. What does your religion say happens to us after we die?
The body returns to the universe from whence it came. I'm sure you've seen a corpse in the various stages of decay.
Why do we exist in the first place, then? What the hell's the point?
Our lives contribute to the betterment of the human race. Everyone has a part to play for the greater advancement.
I ain't got a part. Life ain't a damn cereal.
You helped people survive the Monarch evacuation, did you not? Perhaps one of them will go on to unlock godhood for the human race.
Well, if they do, I hope they remember who pulled them from the jaws of raptidons.
Let's buy some better armor for Nyoka, shall we? If we can. Probably don't actually need to. Just need to get good. I try to avoid doing things like, that sort of inventory trade. Because I'll lose track of who has what. I don't want to leave somebody, under-equipped. And moving it around from member to member in this game is actually a nuisance. Well, maybe not that much of a nuisance. I can only do it on the ship. Let's have those tile retos. And our... actually, we've got a little fatigue, so our nanner spank.
Who wants to play an impromptu tossball match? No one? Here,
Same enemies, different positions. I can get behind this. I didn't use one last time, I won't use one this time. Made very quick work of them, though. Wait a second. Who's around the corner?
Here we go.
What? Where'd that come from? Couldn't find him. So, that was different.
Incoming.
Shit. Nice. I like this confidence perk. Okay. Come over here. As I did last time, let us take an ambidextrine.
Let me go.
Seems the game re-randomized slightly the opponents. Yeah, note to self, put more points in long guns. This whole sniping thing is working well, but starting to show its weaknesses.
Watch your feet. The sulfur pools don't just stink. They'll take a toe off.
Okay. Huh. That did not alert anyone else. My radar is showing somebody. They must be right on the other side of the... Raptidon Mauler asleep. I think we keep it that way. Uh-oh. Ugh.
I've had quite enough of you.
Nice work, Vic.
That's the last.
No, 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 no. Okay. Whew. Nyoka was set on fire during that somehow, but she made it. This time she made it. Give me those. Okay. Everything fully loaded? Good. Oops. Oh, there we That time we didn't wake up a whole bunch of rats. That's nice. Yeah, it's like you can take a shortcut, but then you're dealing with those, and I'd rather deal with the humans, honestly. That said, though, quite a few things off the beaten path. Any goodies? No, okay. They're napping. I like these signs. Cascadia, Fallbrook, Amber Heights that way, Stellar Bay, back the way you came. Cascadia, Fallbrook, Amber Heights. I don't think they needed two quite so close to each other, but okay. Vending machine in the middle of nowhere. Comestibles. It's a good armor. Picked up another one of those, but I don't think I need it anymore. No fives there. Let's sell all the junk. Right, so this route down here, there will be a mission that sends us out that way a little later. I'll just save going there for then.
Big mistake.
Wait, what? Where the hell did they all come from?
Violence is the only way.
Out you go.
Everyone all right?
Wow. That was vicious. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, that's a rock. I was gonna say, it looked like one of them shat themselves. But no, that's a rock. So what's in here? Huh. That's unfortunate. Empty lockers. No? Anything? Lights mixture. Golden Tingtune. Tincture. Tincture? Tincture. That's a C. Alright. I was gonna say, they like misspell it for some reason, but no, it's just a fancy font. There's a sulfur pool. Not suitable for swimming. I see two. Popping in and out of cover at the moment. Here we go. Here's our chance. Taking your sweet time. Ooh, Just Fall card. Least number of bronzes past the hump. The game used to take all toss ball cards that were duplicates of each other and combine them into a single stack in your inventory. So we got 4 copies of Kyle Radu's card. But one of the recent updates, it doesn't do that anymore. For whatever reasons. Like, here's another one of Kyle Radu's cards, and it's not stacking with that one. They keep them independent now. And I'm wondering why. I'm thinking they actually did end up doing something with the toss ball cards. Caffeine drink. Alright. Almost to Amber Heights. Yet another side path. We'll have a good reason to go that way in the very near future, but for now, we'll continue along this road. Is it just the 2? Oh shit, there's one like right here. Alright, so there's 3.
Quietly.
Let's take another sniper item.
Right, you're back, Captain.
Behind cover. Yeah, try that again! Oh. I do so love games with satisfying sniping. That looks like a bunch of bananas right there. It looks like a bunch of nanners, but no. Hi, Nyoka. Anything on backsides? No, okay. Amber Heights Crossroads. Amber Heights sign. Yep, right behind you. There's Amber Heights. But before we go in, 2 things. First off, food addiction is kicked in again. Borscht beans. And secondly, a nice hat. Alright. Skills. We can get long guns up to 60. Long guns headshot and weak spot damage up 20%. I think that'll solve a few issues. Don't mind if I do. Crit chance goes up, sway goes down. Got some things right outside here. Some sort of a hunter's camp. Grab those goodies. Alright, let's head on in. Got about another hour to go. Should be able to do quite a bit in this area. This area is a bit larger than you might otherwise think. Meet the Iconoclast camp. It's got several tiers to it. Not a lot of buildings, but a lot of people, a lot of places.
Well, hello, and welcome to the home of the Iconoclasts. I'm Rose. Please take a pamphlet. In it, you'll find everything you need to know about Graham, his Philosophist truths, and the Iconoclast way. He wrote it himself, you know. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting we're out of pamphlets. Gosh, blast it.
Who are the Iconoclasts?
Why, we're the only free people in Halcyon. No corporations, no shackles, no problems.
No problems. What about Raptidons or Marauders?
Oh, those are just hurdles. We deal with them as they come. You're welcome to stay with us, so long as you can earn your keep.
Got it. Hey, before I go, I'm looking for a Tucker. Have you seen him?
The new boy! Yes, he's quite clever. He took to our teachings very quickly. Last I saw him, he was headed into one of the buildings up the hill.
I reckon.
You meditate today? If not, you should.
Vending machine. Look at these. Look at these advanced defensive helmets here. 53 armor. Whoever said the best advanced defense is a good advanced offense was probably wearing this helmet. Yeah, let's buy one of those. I got a job for that. Sell these things. Some bottle of alcohol to get rid of. All the junk. Bronson maintains a record of strange special equipment requests beyond the normal firearms, ammunition, and medicine that the Iconoclasts burn through at an alarming rate. Most of his list is crossed out, but a few items haven't yet been fulfilled. Zora, Force Meltbright Gel, may not actually exist. Graham, Dissident Hunter number 17. Huxley, Auntie Cleo Raptbagon, also may not actually exist. Huxley, any book on terminal repair. Carl, primal glue adhesives.
Welcome to the Emporium. I'm Bronson.
Emporium, huh? Let's see what you've got. Iconoclast Quartermaster. Woolly fillet. Filet mignon cut out of a woolly cow. The most tender part of a woolly cow, soon to be in your mouth. Borst pockets can be microwaved in 2.5 seconds. That's not cheese, it's Borst pockets. Pancake mix. The comfort of homemade breakfast in bed, with an exotic hint of Borst. Retro rockets. Old-fashioned gummy rockets in a variety of flavors. Oh, are these the rocket candies? Fire in the hole. But I don't think that's what the actual... I don't think that's what she was referring to. Cacao milk. Quote, chocolate, unquote, milk. We grafted the chocolatiest DNA strands from the CCN76 cacao hybrid into a woolly cow, and now you can have fresh chocolate milk whenever you want. That's science! That's Happy Tail Farms! No, I don't. Screw that. This game has way too many versions of the exact same function. I like how you can buy a fedora, though. That's neat. Food junkie. It's more of a quantity over quality thing. It's making sure we don't run out. At this point, we have so much Raptidon meat that I'm probably set for the rest of the game. In all honesty. Actually sold all our stuff to the vending machine, so we don't need to, sell any to him. But we can
What are you buying?
What are you selling? Anything I can do to help you out?
Yeah, plenty. If you're the type to fix a thing or two, I've got a couple reports I need to follow up on. The pipes up on Milton's house burst. Someone needs to shut them off. Then there are the cables outside the bar. A sprat chewed through them, and now they're spitting lightning. Then there's the old guardhouse, outside town on the way to the old Bayside Terrace. Someone needs to reset the comms breaker there.
Simple enough. I'll let you know when they're done.
I ought to tell you. Most of these systems are routed through one of our terminals. You might be able to handle some of them remotely if you know your way around a computer. We sent Milton out to check on the comms tower a while ago. Ain't heard back. I'd wager he got 8.
Where's this terminal?
Up the hill. It's right on the cliff's edge.
Okay, thanks for the tip.
I ought to mention, the Iconoclasts are loyal folk. Treat them right, they'll do the same. Turn on them, they'll open fire without a second thought.
Damned philosophists.
There's going to be some fascinating conversations coming up in very short order. But first, Nyoka, let's take that decent helmet and give you a fucking awesome helmet instead. So there's that. Yeah, this is only level 12. I'll have to upgrade that a bit to get it up to snuff, but it will get really good. That one has the distinct advantage of already being level 21, so that is already way the hell up there. That ought to keep her noggin intact. They have a workbench here.
What a bunch of junk. Nothing useful in this whole lot.
Sup? Ah, terminal. This is Huxley's terminal, stay out. That means you! Error. Due to external damage, this device can no longer store more than 4 logs. Please contact your assigned terminal engineer to replace the storage device. Remember, Huxley is the one we rescued from the arms building. Repair the terminal storage device. Storage capacity increased. Logs prior to the most recent 4 entries are unretrievable, but new entries may now be saved. Graham taught me how to meditate today. You close your eyes and you breathe in real deep and try not to cough. Then you just listen to yourself. You know how sometimes you'll be hiding from a mantiqueen and you're trying to be quiet, so you focus real hard on your breathing and you can hear your heartbeat and you think how this... Oh, damn it. Take 2. And action. You know how sometimes you'll be hiding from a mantiqueen and you're trying to be quiet, so you focus real hard on your breathing and you can hear your heartbeat and you think, how can this mantiqueen not even hear me? And all of a sudden you have to sneeze and it reminds you of that time when you were coming back with a delivery and as you were putting it on Zora's table you sneezed and it slipped and a bunch of things broke? Meditating is like that, only you're supposed to think of these things on purpose. Graham calls it, I don't remember what he calls it, Recco something. He says it's your own eternal truth bubbling up to the surface, and the things you remember are what you're supposed to focus on and try and improve. When we meditated, I mostly remembered that sitting on rocks hurts. Maybe I'm supposed to toughen up my tailbone. Oh, man. I know how to intonate these things as I read them, usually, but every now and then something catches me off guard. And people who talk quickly always make it harder. Zora's really smart, but you know what? Sometimes she can be such a bitch. I was supposed to get some info for her from Cascadia, but I couldn't find a way over without going through Marauders. So I gave up and stopped in at Fallbrook to pick up some supplies instead. While I was there, Chastity dropped in for a few games of whist. She's so cool. She's always playing damn it, I did it again. She's always playing games there. When I lose bits, I get really upset. I don't have much, so losing what I have, it hurts, you know? But Chastity can drop thousands on a single game and she's fine. Well, sometimes she drinks a bit and slams the table and storms out, but still, mostly she's cool about it, and I admire that. Anyway, when I got back, Zora yelled at me because I was a little late. Something about medicine not getting here fast enough. Sigh. Graham just said to try not to lose track of time on my next run, and I promised I would. See, that's how you teach someone. Don't gotta yell and make them feel bad. Today, Zora gave me permission to buy ammunition from Bronson. I don't think I want to, but she said I should just in case. But guns are really loud. I'd rather just run away than shoot one. Still, I'm kinda proud. Zora said it was like a promotion for something I found in the wilderness. I think it's a code for a door, but I'm not sure why it's important. I can't even get near the place without getting attacked. I asked her what a promotion is, and she smiled in a really sad way and told me I shouldn't worry about it. This will be my last entry. Sorry, Diary. You've been a very good listener, but our time has come to an end. This terminal was making a horrible beeping noise yesterday, and someone smashed it while I was out, and now I can't save more diaries. Milton can't fix it, and plus he says I should stop coming into his house to write when he's not around. Whoever smashed poor terminal, if you're reading this, suck sulfur! Poor Huxley. I love how they have so many heavily armored people lying around. They're all like, I reckon. Marked magazine. In this copy of Dissident Hunter, the hero braves the dangerous hellhole that is Monarch. Numerous edits are scratched into the text, and a number of the villainous dissidents have had mustaches and hats drawn onto them. They see it for the propaganda it truly is. Is it time to eat again? This fucking food addiction. At least I've got plenty of food. Let's have some woolly curds. Woolly curds I've got. Some Raptidon meat just lying out here. I reckon them's must be the new folks. Yeah, I reckon. They're so like that around here.
Right. How many good folk we gonna lose to our missions?
That's just the way of it. We gotta earn our keep out here.
That don't mean we ought to be following her into the jaws of a manticore.
You'd rather sit on your thumbs and starve?
No. All I'm saying is she gotta be more careful throwing away lives like that.
All these kills recently? No good meat on any of them.
I beg to differ. I very much beg to differ. So here's the medic facility. Oops. They're all out cold. Current patients: Ezekiel, Manti infested. Tried antibioticals, no effect. Alcohol poisoning, no effect. Acid drip, no effect. Current status: no longer with us. Ronnie, fractured ankle, left. Current status: splinted, reset, recovering. Ivers, multiple bullet wounds. Chest, arm, right, leg, right. Current status: no longer bleeding out, but a couple shells still remain. Recovery: unlikely. Milson, acid burns, face, hand, left, arm, left. Current status: ointments, gauze, a lot of booze. Yeah, he reckons. Alright, Graham himself is in here. Let's have our little, introduction, shall we? Nobody in the foyer. This way. Playing whist, in theory. Although that's not how you'd organize the cards for that. And also you're playing cards without freaking indices!
I don't have time for this.
Alright, fine. Don't sell me anything. Be that way.
A mantiqueen.
Yeah. We felled it, mind. But we lost 2 runners and 5 gun hands.
A total failure, then. So much for the ruins.
And hell only knows where the Van Oys are. They never showed.
I'm sure they're... let's talk later. It seems we have company.
Gonna need to buy myself an entire Rizzo plant after all this.
A stranger comes to our home. If you're looking for a path to walk, you've found one. If you're looking for a teacher, I am one. Welcome to the Iconoclasts.
Told you're out of pamphlets. That's a shame.
Ah, yes. The first step to accepting the truths of philosophism is to open your heart to its wisdom. I've found the written word to be quite effective in helping people do that. But alas, the eternal truth hasn't been generous with the paper and ink. Now, why have you come?
No particular reason, actually. Tell me about the Iconoclasts.
The Iconoclasts are free folk. We live under our rules, motivated by our own beliefs, all petals on the same flower of enlightenment. Meanwhile, the board strangles the will of its workers. It is the penultimate exercise of a poisoned society where people are enslaved by a corporate ladder. We seek to replace their way of life with ours. Philosophism is the key to unlocking their shackles.
Is this why the board is cordoned off Monarch?
Oh, yes. Gunships hover in our skies, ready for the day they decide to come to our doors waving banners of war. The perception of visionaries is often tainted by the lies of their oppressors. A sad state of affairs, to be sure. All right.
I've heard people mention an Amber Heights massacre. What happened?
I'm sorry. As long as it's been, I'd still rather not speak of it. That was a painful day for us all.
I can only imagine. Sorry I had. Did you have family here?
All people are part of the Philosophist family. I've come to accept that, along with the additional weight of their deaths.
So I'm only going to pick this because it's just fascinating with Max here. I want to know more about your teachings.
Awakening is available to all whose minds are ready to accept it. What would you like to know?
I would like to know what you think Bakonu meant when he wrote, "Your work is to discover the truth, and then with all your heart give yourself to it."
Ah, how refreshing to have a scholar among us. Bakonu's text simply refers to our entire purpose, assisting the universe in realizing its own truth. Let it guide us as it will.
It refers to giving oneself over to the plan. It is not some paean to an invisible creator in the sky.
I'm just gonna let him talk.
Were there a truth to the grand plan in the first place, I and Bakonu might agree. But what we see as divine purpose is just one facet of the universe figuring itself out. To quote, "As a child looking at the leg of an elephant, unable to view it whole, we mistake the tiny scope of our understanding as the unfathomably large purpose of the universe."
You're not completely full of shit, I'll give you that. Even if you do twist things beyond recognition to suit your own beliefs.
Were my teachings beyond recognition, I dare say I wouldn't have a small army of followers who understand and believe.
I owe you an apology. I expected you to be a complete idiot. I'd say you're actually more in the 25% idiocy range.
Likewise. Now, I'm sorry. What was it you were asking?
I wasn't asking anything. I was just enjoying the conversation. I hear the word eternal thrown around a lot. What is it?
Ah, the eternal. We are all part of the consciousness of the cosmos. Each of us plays a tiny role in the universe's continual journey toward understanding itself. You and I, and the rats and the mantis swarms. Divinity is in us all, and the eternal is that divinity.
Even OSI, are their members similarly divine?
Everyone, regardless of ability to believe, is another facet of the universe contemplating its own existence.
Ability to believe? I think you mean inability to tell fantasy from truth, which rules out any knowledgeable scientician.
Let us be clear. Neither of us can lay claim to being knowledgeable on this topic. It is a matter of belief. It is not as if OSI has gone and proven anything. Regardless, what were you saying?
So what do you mean by an awakening?
The point of no return. When your mind fully opens to the eternal truth. Every philosophist experiences it along the path to enlightenment. For many, it is the first brush with the cold of death, when they realize that all of their lives have boiled down into the single truth of that moment. Mine was witnessing my friend and colleague transform into the very evil we sought to combat. Now he runs MSI just like the overlords before him.
But his workers enjoy much more freedom than those of the board.
Their leashes may be longer, but their collars are just as tight.
Do you believe in a creator?
Not in the sense of a single entity, fashioning the universe as a whittler fashions a flute. The universe came into being over time, organically, naturally, and without purpose. In that sense, I suppose you could say that, in the interest of finding its purpose, the universe itself created all living things.
The universe doesn't need to find its purpose. It is a mathematically perfect equation that gives mankind purpose.
That we'd consider ourselves in any way capable of understanding the universe, much less an equation that drives it, is nothing but hubris.
I just find the whole discussion these two have just utterly fascinating. I don't know about anybody else.
All right. Why have you come?
I have to say never mind twice. I hate things like that. Who are you?
I am Graham Bryant. I brought the eternal truth to Monarch, and soon I'll bring it to the rest of the colony. All right.
Oh, I guess not.
Why have you come?
Looking for ways to help the people here? Anything need doing?
A great many things, in fact.
We could always use a hand rounding up supplies.
Or... Now here's an idea. There's an old printing press I've been trying to get up and running.
Printing press? On Monarch?
Oh, yes. Many facilities lie abandoned in the wilderness. I believe the press could be operational again with a little elbow grease and luck. Will you aid us in our cause?
Sure.
Wonderful. I requisitioned replacement rollers for it some time ago. Huxley should have delivered them yesterday. Speaking of which, where is Huxley?
You bought rollers? You haven't even cleared the wraps out yet. What are you doing wasting bits on... Forget it. Huxley's still recovering. She won't be up for a run for a while yet.
It seems we're out a runner. If you intend to help our cause, I'll ask you to meet our MSI supplier in her stead.
MSI supplies you? Oh, we can mention Huxley. The runner from the Northern Ruins. I helped her get out of there.
So you're her mysterious savior. She sings your praises.
That girl and her songs. So eager to learn, so bright-eyed, so... tone-deaf.
So MSI supplies you?
One of our sympathizers. A woman named Carlotta periodically buys goods on our behalf from Stellar Bay's store. Stellar Bay has caught on, but they remain friendly, though the goods now come at a considerable markup.
Where is the supplier?
She meets us in the ruins of Bayside Terrace. From our compound, follow the road north.
Alright, I'll be back.
Wonderful. While you're at it, I wonder if Carlotta still has those high-capacity cartridges? Grab a few, will you? There should be some funds left over from the last shipment. We can use them to copy and modify radio serials. Yes, not just magazines, but their precious dramas.
Unbelievable. I hope I don't have to tell you this, but if there is extra money, would you mind buying, I don't know, food and medicine? Graham, if you need me, I'll be in triage.
Alright, there's some things we can do for the iconoclasts. Nice map of Monarch here. We're in here somewhere. Back room. Notably without a door. They're on to me. Thankfully, we got long arms. That one might be a bit much to hope for. Oh yeah, and that's that guy too. Well, we got the terminal we can use. Welcome to Graham Bryant's personal conglomeration of notes, theories, and findings regarding philosophism and how it informs our lives. I have organized into 3 categories. Grammar error his own. The iconoclasts, the Halcyon colony, and the universe. This guy does not know how to use punctuation. Access files on the Halcyon colony. The board's lies. The board vastly overestimates their authority and grasp on power. Without the Earth Directorate's military might to back them up, they would not be able to maintain their life-draining grip on the colony's throat. They spread lies and misinformation to confuse and oppress the masses. Perhaps that's one of the reasons they have not allowed any... Sorry, that was... I didn't say anything wrong, but I thought I did. That's on me. Take two. Perhaps that's one of the reasons they have not allowed any colony ships since the Hope's disappearance. They've had 70 years to condition their good little workers to follow their directives unquestioningly. Their lies become more and more transparent as the years pass and will soon be too obvious for even the most deluded colonist to see. Let's just say that once things are done and settled on Monarch, we're going to have a decision much like we had about Emerald Vale. Choosing between the town or the deserters. We're going to have a choice between MSI or the Iconoclasts, but it's going to be decidedly more nuanced this time around, because there are going to be 4 options instead of 2, but I'm not going to spoil that just yet. We will get to that later. Much later. A man from Byzantium told us of an acquaintance who had been arrested for carrying philosophist texts. Not teaching, not evangelizing, just carrying. They oppress any truth that threatens their corrupt structure. Is this what we want? Do we want to live in a society where we can be sent to Tartarus for our beliefs? No. Their workers' minds are poisoned, their will shackled, their dreams hamstrung. This can stand no longer. We must tear this entire regime down. The dangers of a corporate society. I hope to someday publish a greater work in which I can more expansively lay out what is so clear to me, that our society's obsession with a corporate-run life has stifled and crippled humanity's ability to grow. Alas, for now I can only collect my scattered thoughts into this barely functional machine. In my younger and more vulnerable days, I bought into the attraction of a corporate ladder, a measured, quantifiable way with which to judge oneself against one's peers. It provided motivation, meaning. Yet my spirit longed for more than just a paycheck. It yearned to reach out and connect with my fellow man. It sought a connection. It sought kin. It sought a familial unit. The corporations claim that they are that familial unit, but they treat us like pets. We beg for scraps at the table, and if they are so kind as to drop one, we praise the ground they tread on while they usher us into kennels called homes. We attach ourselves to contractually obligated familial units, strangers to whom we share no more connection than the employers seeking to empower themselves by our unions. We bear children out of obligation to our executives who demand a constant workforce. We slave away in the vain hope that someday we too will be like those executives, until the day we die and are processed, burned, and filed away as another tick on a human resources paperwork. We have built ourselves into a cold, unthinking, efficient machine, and in doing so have abandoned all the warmth humanity is capable of. I weep for us all. Sanjar and the betrayal of his truth. I often recall my former friend who once sought to dismantle the corporations, as I still do. When he took ownership of our corporation, I held him in such contempt. I called him a coward, a betrayer. He was becoming the very thing we hated. Now I'm not so sure. Recently, I've come to accept that his heart was more closed than mine. I cannot expect every man to be able to open himself to the eternal truth as I have. Some are just not capable. And so it is a tragic thing. Tragic that he is weaker than I'd hoped, that he cannot fight for a cause. I can empathize with tragedy. Should the day come when the metal of our spirits clash against one another, that empathy will shield me from guilt. Like the board, he now stands across our path, arms crossed, stubbornly resistant to the eternal truth. Like the board, he spreads, nay, celebrates, the poison that cripples our society. Like the board, his stubbornness will only blind him to his inevitable fall. Tragic. Here is his files on the iconoclasts. Personal thoughts regarding Zora. For someone who is so committed to the iconoclast way, I fear that Zora is slipping off the true path. More and more often, I fear her attachment to the materialism of our oppressors sways her decisions, more than the search for the guiding truth that will save us. She often tells me that our people are hungry. I agree. Their spirits long for fulfillment, a much more powerful power than any pang of an empty gut. Teaching notes. Of all the things to motivate a person, I'm finding freedom has been the most powerful. Many of them still remember being slaves to the corporate structure. Recalling those painful memories lights their fire anew. A man from Fallbrook stopped through on his way to Stellar Bay. After thumbing through our pamphlet, he asked me how we can survive without money. I found an appropriate metaphor in gas masks. When clearing a mantis swarm nest, we wear masks to ward off poisonous fumes. Even after the nest is cleared, the fumes may remain for some time. Thus, we wear the masks until we are safe to breathe. I didn't read that quite accurately, but close enough. Until the very last dregs of our poisonous corporation society are gone, the attachment to bits will remain. Though their use is uncomfortable, and though they stifle our spirit just as the masks are ill-fitting and limit our vision, we must persist with them until we can cast them aside. Shifting priorities. As our numbers grow, I find that more and more of our population turns to the written word of my pamphlets. I am happy to continue making them, but I must find a more efficient way to print and distribute this reading material. I wonder if that old printing press might be convinced to run once more. Wouldn't that be something? To return to my duties as editor in a publication, only this time of my own control, and not stifled by the rules and regulations of style guides and grammar books. Nobody will tell me where to put a comma. Somebody really ought to, Graham. I'll put them where they belong, as decreed by the eternal truth. Yeah, this was the moment where I was like, yep, this guy's evil. But you can make your own choice. His files on the universe. Influence drift. When I realized the truth of philosophism, I immediately wondered how I could be the first to recognize the poisonous spiral that has shaped our society. Then one day I was talking to, of all people, Huxley. She once lamented that she'd like nothing more than a pet canid. I confessed to know very little about animal behavior, as I am much more concerned with the animal that is mankind, but I stressed that I didn't think such a thing was possible. She let it go, but some weeks later, Zora reported the strangest thing. Stories of a marauder with a canid follower. I don't know if it had been sighted here or on Terra 2, but I immediately thought of Huxley and her reckless, wild imagination. I wondered if she had told other people and if word had spread of the possibility until it wriggled its way into the mind of marauders somewhere. Ideas are insidious. If even a marauder, mindless husk that it is, can be convinced of an idea, there must be hope for the workers of this colony, poisoned as they are against the eternal truth. If we can shout so loudly that the truth inches its way into the collective consciousness, I am confident it will spread to the rest of the cosmos. He's right about that. Ideas are certainly, quite powerful when they spread. Suppression of the truth. It is very difficult to face the eternal truth, that everything happens for a reason, that life and everything in it is the will of the cosmic consciousness, can be a terrifying one. I don't think that was grammatically correct. There is an urge among us all to control the parameters of one's life. This urge is so powerful that it suppresses the eternal truth simply by existing. Mankind has not shed the weight of its own shackles, and so I find that spreading philosophism is unnecessarily difficult. I think you're half right there, Graham. My own take on this, and this is still like my favorite thing I've ever said. Happiness is when the only challenges you need to face are those you set for yourself. That philosophy just rings so very true to me. But anyway, but the universe cannot suppress it forever. Biology changes, creatures adapt and evolve. We overcome our urges for the better of our species. Someday our minds will be born more open to this idea. Until then, I must not abandon hope. Alright, well, that was more than you probably ever wanted to know about Graham Bryant and his philosophy. So there's that, and we spent so long reading that we are actually getting tired. By we, I actually mean my character. Possibly some of you as well. I've still got 20 minutes of stream time to cover. And we still got more town to go over, too. Borscht beans. Let's munch that down. And this is definitely a caffeine drink moment. That's why we bought the glacier water. There we go. We actually still got some fatigue. I'm not sure how much it's affecting us. Intelligence maximum while we're on the caffeine high. Yeah, intelligence and perceptions go up another notch. Body each goes up a notch when we have a sugary drink. I think personality goes up a notch when you have an alcoholic beverage. Is that what that does? Yeah. But then during the hangover period, Dex, Perception, and Charm each. Yeah, this one, and this one. Yeah, one in each section. Each go down by 1. But yeah, I'm a teetotaler, and so is my character. Deal with it. I'm sure that alcoholism is a potential flaw. I will not be taking that. I'm sure that smoking is another. I won't be taking that either. Yeah, we won't even be enabling that. Well, that actually doesn't work. A hangover is caused by dehydration. All you need to do is just get more water in your system. Basically, alcoholic beverages just don't satisfy your thirst. That's just basically the way alcohol works. It effectively negates that potential of the liquid that it's in. As a result of that, yeah, it just tries to dry you out. Yeah, people who just drink too much, they get a hangover. That's the problem. They just need something in their system that, more liquid that isn't alcohol. And that is why in this game, because the developers know their science, drinking alcohol does not refill your thirst meter. It specifically says only non-alcoholic beverages do that. And that's why. It's because that's how alcohol works in real life. I know more about this thing than a teetotaler probably should have to. Oh, there's nothing back there.
Damn philosophists.
The folks in Amber Heights always manage to find a bottle or two of the good stuff. Keen scavengers, I tell you.
When you've got a moment, I'd like to talk to you about something. Could I have a word with you, Captain?
Hey, absolutely.
I've been mulling over everything with Graham and the Iconoclasts. Upon further reflection, Graham's not as much of an idiot as I thought he'd be. But in other ways, he's worse. I'd urge you to be careful in future dealings with him, Captain. He's an unhinged zealot who lacks awareness of the consequences of his choices. I wouldn't trust him to lead a crew, let alone a town-wide cult.
Who would you trust to run Monarch?
As much as I usually appreciate the board's ordered approach to governance, in Monarch's case, they aren't really running anything so much as leaving everyone to rot. Unless you agree with them that the inhabitants of Monarch should be forced to evacuate, or die from their stubborn rebelliousness. Zora is militant, unbending, and ruthless for sure. I'd be hesitant to oppose her. But she gets results, and she doesn't suppress intelligent discourse. Can't say I agree with the Iconoclasts, but Zora has what it takes to save Monarch.
Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, what are your thoughts on the Philosophists?
Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OSI's belief in the plan. But most of the philosophist perversion of Bakonu's thoughts came more than a century after his death. Anything you'd like to discuss?
Let's talk about this personal quest of yours.
Yes, I've been meaning to discuss exactly that. Now that we know where, the scholar is, when will we be searching him out?
Very soon. Soon as we can, I promise. Alright, now we've got this part of town to head up into. Here's Huxley.
Oh, hello. Good to see you again.
Found your terminal. Fixed it up for you.
Oh, in Milton's place? Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Me and my diary have got some catching up to do.
Huh, how are you holding up?
Well, on the way back, I twisted something in my leg, foot area. Where does my foot end and my leg begin? Wherever that is, it hurts. So, no runs for me for a little while. Time to kick back and relax.
It's called an ankle. Without the kicking, I assume.
Huh? Why?
Your leg?
Oh, ha. You're funny.
How long would be out of commission?
Till it stops hurting, I guess. Zora says I'll be fine in a month or so.
Sorry to hear that. See you around, Huxley. Good people, if a little naive. Some Raptidon meat. That don't look safe. Spoiler alert, that ain't safe. You could actually run in through there and yank the switch behind it in order to deal with that little problem that Bronson mentioned. Branson? What the hell was his name again? Odd Jobs. Yeah, you could go in there and yank it, but it hurts. And we also totally don't need to do it. That is one that we can do remotely from a terminal in one of these buildings up here. Hey, Tucker, good to see you.
Looks like I'm not the only new face around here. What do I call you, stranger?
It's Captain Prudence.
Welcome to Amber Heights, Captain. Call me Tucker. You here to join the Iconoclasts? Help us free this world?
Tucker, you're Agnes's little boy from Stellar Bay?
I am not a little boy. Haven't been one for decades, no matter what my mama wishes. I take it she's still looking for me? Had hoped she'd accept my decision.
She made it seem like you were in danger. Asked me to rescue you.
According to her, stepping foot outside of the house in broad daylight is too dangerous. My entire life, she crammed a fear of danger down my throat. Don't go play with friends. Mantisaurs will tear your arms off. Don't leave the city. Raptidons will spit acid on your face. Marauders can violate you. You'd fall in a sulfur pool. I stuck around way too long, ruled by her fears. I'm 42 years old, but she still sees me as a little boy in need of her protection. I won't stand for it, I tell you.
Yeah, we kind of got that impression from her back in town. Alright. I'm getting that reward. Either you go back or I'll beat it out of her. Running away is for cowards. You need to face her and show her you've grown up. Back to sound one way or another. We are very persuasive. Let's try this.
She doesn't want to see me as anything other than her baby boy. Why would I go back again? What'll be different this time?
Probably nothing. You've survived outside of Stellar Bay for weeks. Show her the skills you've learned. Teach her the Iconoclast's philosophies. Convert her so she might join you in freedom. Both interesting options. Let's do that one.
You're right. I can do this. I just need to stand my ground and make her see she can't control me anymore. No one can.
So I have to admit that there was actually an alternate option available there, but I figured this character would just have to take that particular choice. This sort of defaulting to being persuasive. There is actually an alternative. If you simply ask him, well, how can we deal with this? He comes up with the idea of convincing her he's dead. Which is funny. But if you want to experience that, well, I'll just leave you to play this game for yourself and do that. It's just the very nature of this game is that I'm not going to be able to show off everything unless I did multiple playthroughs. Heck, this is my second time streaming it, and I'm still not going to be able to show off everything, not even remotely. What's still half off right now? This game? Oh, discounted? Huh. Possibly. I haven't looked. It's on Xbox Game Pass. So if you have an Xbox One, which is what I'm playing it on right now, and you have Game Pass, download it right now, play it free. But, yeah, it has... I know when DLC 1 first came out, it was on sale for half price for a while. Yeah, I do highly recommend this game. This is by far my favorite game that has come out in the last few years. Amber Heights Routing Terminal. Huxley, stay off this machine. I know your terminal's out of storage, but if you break this one, things are going to go tits up around here. Anyone else, long as you know what you're doing, go ahead and clear work orders out whenever you can. Zora. View work orders. Unresolved work orders. Steam coming out of the roof. Walter. System water flow. Submitter Milton R. Description. The pipes on top of my house are gonna burst. They're leaking steam. Someone ought to fix this before they explode or the steam hurts somebody. We could do that remotely. That requires engineering 55, which we're a tiny bit shy of. We could fix that by the next time we level up and or getting Parvati into the party for that. I'll have to remember to do that, but we will do that here at some point when we can. Arcing electricity at the bar. Submitter Bronson V. Looks like sprats chewed through the wires on the side of the bar. They're sparking up a storm. Okay, that we can do. That requires science. Remotely shut off the power going through the bar's side panels. So that one's done. Science used. Haven't heard from the Wrapped House. We ain't heard from the Wrapped House in a while. Sent Milton over, ain't heard from him either. Someone needs to go check it out. Well, we can remotely recept its communications breaker from here, so, done. So that one we could do. Dear Diary. Description. Haha! Hey Zora, I figured out how to add work orders. Dear Diary, eat it! Hux. Yeah, we'll just erase that one. Medical examiner's residence door sealed. The door to the examiner's residence above the medbay is stuck and is completely sealed. Can someone get this thing open? Why, I think we can. Alright, so we'll have to come back once we get sufficient engineering. Let's... Actually, this is a good time for another caffeine drink and a bite to eat. Let's have a purple berry munch. And, with those active... That actually gives us enough engineering to do it. We just had to get our minds straight. Where's the terminal? There it is. Fuck. Alright, now we can do it. There we go. Nothing is over, I just need a little something to drink. This is a good little chunk of experience.
All I'm saying is it ain't worth it. It's gonna taste like sulfur all the same.
Nuh-uh. Taro's got that sweet blood.
So? You gotta boil it or you'll get sick. Then all that sweetness takes to the air anyhow.
Nah, don't boil it. We're gonna get sick all the same. Might as well enjoy it.
Don't boil. You want the runs?
This is the simple truth. We are all molecular machines. The body is a collection of atoms. The mind is a consequence of chemical reactions. Therefore, our lives are predestined along a path that is only visible in retrospect. Life is fated and unstoppable.
And you're unshut-upable. Yeah, we heard it already.
What are you buying?
Hey, I fixed all your stuff.
I'll be damned. Thanks for doing that. Here. Zora sets aside a bit or two for people who help out. Before you ask, no, it ain't pay. Just being generous to folks who do a good turn.
Yeah, excellent. Ooh. Second floor of the med bay, you say, huh? That's this. Yeah, we can talk to Zora again.
Sorry about earlier. Graham and I don't always see eye to eye. Besides, we just got our asses kicked in the ruins. Not a great time to yammer on about his printing press.
You run the triage clinic here?
Yeah, name's Zora. I've been patching up the iconoclast since day one. Whenever Graham's lack of foresight gets someone hurt, I get them back on their feet. If I can.
So you're a Sawbones.
I was a long time ago. Over in Cascadia. Rizzo was trying to sweeten up animal parts, and often that meant a lab coat got bit. Now I'm whatever I need to be to keep these folks from bleeding out.
It does seem wasteful to buy press parts rather than food. Someone in chat said that earlier today.
Hey, you got some decency in you. Careful. That's rare around these parts, and folks are liable to try and take advantage of it.
You always talk to your leader like that?
When he's being an idiot, sure.
So what happened in the ruins?
A Mantiqueen showed up out of nowhere, and I guess the gunfire attracted Raptidons. It was a damn bloodbath.
You found a queen that far north? Wish I'd been there.
You and me both, Nyoka. We could have used the help. Listen, unless this is urgent, I need to oversee the wounded.
Fair enough. Right. So I think there's possibly a way up to the top from the back? Aha! Indeed. Glorious. What we got? Backhorn ears, heavy ammo, bypass shunt, junk to sell, purple berry bunch, smokes, ammo, telescoping staff, comestibles, some light ammo. Alright, well, that was useful. Not incredibly so, but still something. Oh, how did I overlook this? I ran right by it. Oh boy, oh boy. So where was that? Yeah. This way. What is this? I have no idea what that was or what it just did. I probably shouldn't have pulled it. Can anybody see us up here? No? That was on top of this building, right?
If I hear you say survival of the fittest one more time, I'm gonna lose it. Survival's about persistence and luck.
So weapon proficiency and adaptive skill play no part whatsoever, in your mind.
If it does, it ain't enough. I've gone and outlived the best hunters I ever knew.
It is neither luck nor random chance. At times, destiny may not seem fair, but there is a reason for life events, even if that reason is not immediately obvious.
Please. Nature's only got one reason for death. To feed the one still standing.
Alright. Looks like that's going to be about it for the most part. We should return to Stellar Bay and see what happens there. I'm actually curious to see what happens myself, because I've not actually taken that approach to that mission before. This would be on the way back to town, but I think I'm just going to fast travel to the ship and then step out to get to town that way at this point. So we'll be skipping by that. And then next time we will work our way over to Fallbrook. Should be able to fast travel from here. Yeah, I try to keep these things right around the 4-hour mark. But I do really want to see how this particular mission is going to end. Note to self, add more to engineering, so we're lagging behind in that. At least we're just barely starting to. I'll probably swap in Ellie. For next time. Use Nyoka and Ellie. Oh, that's not what I want. She's over this way.
Captain.
Wow.
Oh, Captain, you did it! My little boy is back, safe and sound. Tell the Captain how grateful we are, Tuk Tuk.
Mama, I told you that I'm not staying. I just came back to talk to you about why I left. Then I'm going back to Amber Heights.
Oh, we'll get that silliness sorted out. You're safe here with me, and that's how it's going to stay. Isn't that right?
Your son is a grown man. It's time you started treating him like one. You mentioned a reward for bringing him home.
I did, didn't I? Suppose I can't expect you to just be content at a good deed done. No? Well, all right. Here, kind stranger. This is every bit I've scrimped and scraped for years to save. But it's more than worth it to have my tuk-tuk home safe again.
Good luck to you both. They'll just have to work that out among themselves. But yeah, we're making great strides with the company in the town. There's a big chunk of experience there. Here's how our reputation stands. 100 minus 1 for Groundbreaker. 31 minus 0 for Iconoclasts. 84 minus 0 for MSI. 6 minus 0 for Sublight. 8 minus 2 for the board. And for, Auntie Cleo, 68 minus 0. Thanks to Roseway. Deserters 100 minus 20. And Spacer's Choice 100 minus 0 somehow. Despite us completely disbanding their town. We'll have reason to go back to Terra 2 soon enough, and when that happens, we'll stop in and see what happened. I'm actually really curious about that, because this playthrough is the first time I've actually resolved things that way. Reeb Thompson leaving town, and Adelaide moving back in. But that is otherwise going to do it for this session. Let me just quickly check whether, they're both level 23. This one's slightly less DPS, but something tells me... Oh, I guess it really doesn't matter too much. Alright. Yeah, that one actually is a Mark II, so... As is that. So they should be good stuff. Might as well sell them while we're here, though.
A little early for you to be kicking around without a drink in hand, Nyoka. What can I get you? All sales are final, unless you threaten me. I'm kidding. Don't threaten me.
And, actually, you know what? Since it's been a while since we've sent Ellie out, let me actually hold on to these. Just in case they're better than what she's got on. And of course we can sell the naughty stuff. Some mods we have more of than we knew what to do with. Sell the junk. Alright. Workbench. I think I've kind of already been over the whole tinkering options. Not really going to do any more. Yeah, the science weapons I'll wait on. Still using the Raptidon Handler's armor. Man, that helmet is so good. In fact, that's as high as we're allowed to level it right now. Okay. Yeah, I'll go another tier on that for now. And the nice hat. Yeah, that built-in leadership +5 and persuade +7 is doubled if we take a certain perk. Yeah, we took that perk. It's part of the reason why our persuade is so high. Plus 14 for a nice hat. Alright, but that is gonna do it. Let's get back on board, have the character take a nap so she's ready to go next time. I will be back at this next week. Daylight savings time will be ending, so no, next week is still normal, but the week after that DST ends. I think. Actually, I'm not sure. Let me quickly double check something. Oh, okay, so it actually does end on November 1st. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, it's the first Sunday after Halloween, and Halloween is actually a Saturday, so it's gonna happen like right away. Alright, so yeah, next week, all of my streams, not just my Tuesday stream, are going to start at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, because fuck DST. I pushed everything ahead an hour when it started, and I am pushing it back when it ends. Based on your own personal schedule.
Would you like a reminder on when your next shower is scheduled?
No, thank you, Ada. Yeah, I know it is core tier, and I do apologize. But for various reasons, I actually do have to do that. Let's actually take a full 8. You know what? Let's actually make it 9. Give her a nice long rest there. She usually undersleeps. And I will come back to this next time. We'll do our best to get you up to speed quickly. What you miss at the start of the streams, Courtier. So we will miss you those first hours. I will find somebody to host for those of you watching live, and I do greatly appreciate it very much. I'll find someone to share the love with. Those of you watching the VOD or otherwise disinclined, take care. Never forget to play. I'll catch you next time.